Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
All right, we're starting off here with a quick look at your traffic. We've got those drive times on your screen. Thanks to the Lens Solar Traffic Network, moving clear, and we'll keep you updated on the commute.
We have to, when you're elected official, you have to do your oath the way we say. And this is about making sure that we do this the right way.
Mayor Brandon Scott is speaking out about his decision to veto the City Council pension bill. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Olivia Dance will join us live with a closer look behind his decision and the impacts it could have in the future. City Council President Nick Mosby introduced the bill, then fast-tracked it. This isn't the first time his office has provided that controversial bill. Fox 45 News' Maxine Stryker has a closer look at what can be done to hold elected leaders accountable.
Nick Mosby has served as Baltimore City Council president for nearly 2 years now, and some say his time in office has been tumultuous, so tumultuous that he shouldn't expect another term. Not long after Nick Mosby was sworn in as City Council president, he started making headlines after it was revealed a $45,000 tax lien against his home had gone unpaid. Mosby initially denied its existence before it was paid.
No, Tom, there's no lien placed on my home right now. There was never a lien on my property. This is not a lien on the property. There was never a lien that was rendered on my property. There is no lien on my property. There's never been a lien on my property. It's not a lien on my property. I don't have a property lien.
In April, another hiccup when Mosby led a chaotic city council meeting that broke the city's fire code after roughly 500 people crowded into City Hall to discuss reviving the Dollar Home program. Many invited to the hearing by Mosby.
I've been working in this field for 30 years.
Mr. Moss.
You're not from here, sir. You're not from here. You don't even know.
Mr.
You
Moss,
don't even
please.
know.
And just last month, an aide to Nick Mosby pleaded guilty to a gun charge, yet still remains on his payroll. And in the latest transparency tribulation, Mosby was granted a delay in his case against the Ethics Board, claiming he was having trouble retaining counsel after they determined he had violated ethics rules when a legal defense fund was established in his name, and some contributions had come from city contractors. The fund was established to help defray mounting legal expenses he and his wife, outgoing Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, were racking up as she's set to go on trial for federal charges of perjury and mortgage fraud. And now the mayor vetoes the pension bill Mosby not only sponsored but fast-tracked that would reduce the number of years members of city council would need to serve before getting a pension.
The optics are ugly, but they don't care.
It has many questioning Mosby's ability to lead.
To me, it just shows priorities, and I think that's what it's showing to the citizens of Baltimore.
Well, all I know is he's been in politics, and as far as I'm concerned, hasn't been real good at it.
But what can city residents do to hold their elected leaders accountable?
I think a lot of legislators probably right now on council see him as basically it's going to be one term and out, because there's so many problems there.
According to the Baltimore City Charter, the mayor, city council president, and comptroller could be removed by a verified petition signed by at least 20% of the qualified voters in Baltimore City.
Getting 20% of qualified voters in this city would be very difficult to obtain.
They can also be removed by a 3/4 vote from city council, but political analyst John Deedy says that would be a tough sell.
If anything, that pension bill showed he has 8 solid votes.
Deedy says he doesn't think it's likely Nick Mosby will be city council president for another term.
I think he would have a great deal of difficulty. I think at this point, council's just prepared to ride out the next 2 years of him.
We reached out to Mosby's office asking if he still feels he has the trust of the people. We did not hear back. In Baltimore, Maxine Stryker, Fox 45 News.
Another controversy for Nick Mosby's wife came in a federal case against his wife, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. A superseding indictment claims she falsely claimed her husband gifted her $5,000, the money she needed to close on a vacation home in Florida. But the indictment says Marilyn Mosby actually wired that money to him first. Prosecutors then claim Nick Mosby helped shuffle that money around before giving it back to his wife. That raised concerns about his ability to handle the city's finances.
You're the city council president and you have access to millions of taxpayer dollars and you can't figure out your own finances. This opens him up to a lot of things where it could be people asking for favors in exchange for money. So this is a person that should not have access to any taxpayer dollars, or this person should not have access to be giving out taxpayer contracts and government contracts in the city.
Fox 45 News has been following the controversies surrounding City Council President Nick Mosby for months now. We'll continue to hold him and other city leaders accountable for the biggest issues here in Baltimore. You can find all our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Inflation frustration could be easing across the country. Still ahead this morning, just how much you can expect to pay at the pump. Plus, another cold start to your morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if we'll see a warm up this weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.39 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. As we look out over our Towson camera, it is clear and cold this morning with temperatures that have dropped below freezing for all of us here. 25 in Cockeysville, 26 in Baltimore. Not much wind out there, but you don't need much to get wind chill numbers in the teens. So that's what it feels like as you make your way out. We're back with your full forecast coming up, including a look ahead to the Ravens game forecast as well. Taylor?
All righty. On the path forward, the Pentagon maintains the COVID vaccine is the best for the troops. Now, a group of GOP lawmakers are calling on the Biden administration to drop the mandate. They're threatening to block the annual defense authorization bill until it's removed. They also want to reinstate service members who were removed for not getting vaccinated with back pay. The Pentagon says the policy will remain in effect.
We are a warfighting organization, so the health and readiness of our force is always going to be paramount to ensure that our forces are ready and able to conduct their mission. So vaccinations, whether it's COVID, influenza, anthrax, those kinds of things, we're going to ensure that our forces are properly vaccinated to be able to carry out their wartime mission.
Lawmakers argue that the mandate is a big reason the military is struggling to recruit. Defense officials say numbers are falling short for a combination of reasons, including a strong job market, policy changes, and a generational shift away from interest in serving.
The holidays can be tough with family dynamics and much more, especially if you are struggling with addiction. I'm Liz Bonus. We talk to those who know what you're feeling. It is just ahead.
Victims in the Uvalde mass shooting seeking accountability this morning. Still ahead after the break, the lawsuit going forward and who it's against. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now. The House voting to stop the rail strike, now facing an uncertain future. Senator Marsha Blackburn is going to join us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's news now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your health headlines this morning, family addiction specialists say stressful family dynamics like holiday parties, even money problems, they can make staying sober more difficult this time of year. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares 3 steps to help with substance use struggles.
Hey there, everybody. There are all kinds of dynamics at the holidays that can be triggers for addiction and risk for relapse. Those who've been there want you to know you are not alone.
I struggled with drugs and alcohol for over 20 years. I ended up, lost jobs, relationships, ended up was incarcerated for 18 years.
It was during that time, Dwayne Thomas said he chose a new path.
I knew I had to change my life, I knew I was going to end up dead on the street or dead somewhere, in prisons.
So now, along with Aaron Lane, he's a peer counselor to anyone who wants to get into rehab. Both suggest 3 strategies to stay sober this time of year, starting with declining holiday invitations to avoid triggers.
You have to be your biggest advocate in those things. You can't expect your family to all get on board with what you're trying to do.
The second is to make a plan.
Know where you're going, have an exit strategy, understand that there are support groups, people like myself, people that, like Dwayne, thousands of people in this community that are going through this sober.
Finally, third step, both say it's accountability this challenging season to someone here and perhaps someone above.
I think recovery and also by faith go hand in hand. My higher power is Jesus Christ, and he carries me through my day.
Aaron and Dwayne say several 12-step programs do have meetings around the clock on the actual holidays, as well as sobriety support. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
Making headlines this morning, survivors from the Uvalde mass shooting are moving forward with a $27 billion class action suit against multiple law enforcement agencies. Court documents show parents, teachers, and school staff members who were at the school among the plaintiffs. They're suing the city of Uvalde School District and police departments and the Texas Department of Public Safety, among others. 19 students and 2 teachers were killed at the elementary school that day, and those suing say they have emotional and psychological damage because of how law enforcement agencies responded. Now, let's get right on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor, and good morning, everyone. Definitely cold this morning as those numbers have dropped to below freezing numbers. And this is what it looks like out over the Inner Harbor. Clear conditions, starlit skies here early, but check out the temperature officially at BWI, 26 degrees. No wind to speak of at this time, and our dew point at 21 degrees, so a little bit of moisture in the air, but not in terms of any kind of snowfall or anything like that. I mean, we are definitely dry through most of the East Coast. You can see those temperatures are cold out west, and they're getting the snowfall there in parts of Salt Lake City over to Denver, all the way up into Billings, Montana, and Boise, Idaho. That's where the winter storm is, and it's going to be another wintry weekend for folks out west. Meanwhile, back here at home, temperatures mainly in the 20s for the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast. Sun is not up until 7:08 and will be up until 4:44 tonight. Those daylight hours continue to shrink as we get closer to the winter solstice. 33 by 8 a.m. hanging out at the Towson Town Center, getting some of that holiday shopping done. We're in the upper 40s by noon. Temperatures today will be a little bit warmer and also less windy for the day, not cutting through us like we saw yesterday. 51 by about 2 and 3 o'clock later this afternoon. And that high temp is pretty close to average, what we typically are for early December. Some of you still in the 40s for Westminster and Eldersburg this afternoon. 45 the Hereford zone, 47 Reisterstown and Cockeysville. Perry Hall and White Marsh here in the upper 40s later today as well. And up and down the 95 corridor, temperatures staying mainly in the 40s and 50s. You can see colder to the north in New York and Philly, even Harrisburg only at 48 today, and 54 heading down the ocean there in Ocean City, with lower 50s for Baltimore and D.C. Now, here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice what happens. Today, we're right near average. Tomorrow, we get a little spike with numbers back to the lower 60s, even though we've got rain. And then Sunday, those temperatures drop back below average. So kind of the up and down numbers back into the 50s here for the first part of next week. Our first full week of December will not be too bad temperature-wise. Here's a look at our future scan. So we're dry today. Again, more of that southerly wind picking up, just a little bit of a light breeze later today, but that helps to increase our temperatures. Tomorrow, we start off with rain. This is about 7 o'clock on your Saturday morning, so you're going to wake up with the wet conditions. We keep that rain off and on through the middle part of the day as that cold front passes through. Even a few leftover showers about 2, 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, and then that colder and drier air will bring in the changing temperatures and drop those numbers as we get into Sunday. We're dry for the Mayor's Christmas Parade and for the Ravens game, and even on Monday, looking pretty good as well, with more rain expected later next week. So here's that 7-day forecast for you on your Purple Friday. 51 today with lower 60s, rainy and windy conditions. The wind is going to kick up those temperatures tomorrow. Notice we're only in the upper 40s on Sunday. Dry into Monday, but Tuesday and Wednesday brings more rain, even though our temps stay in the 50s. Taylor?
All right, now let's head over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network for a look at your live cameras. As you can see, not too many cars out on the road this early, but we'll keep you updated. Let's go ahead and check in with mass transit, though. Let's talk to Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. The commute start looks good out there for travel on Light Rail Link, running full service end to end. No delays or issues on that line. Metro Subway Link checking in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And out there on the MARC train system, 10 train 401, operating with a delay. It's presently running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of MARC are on schedule. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
More than 2 years after blocking a story about Hunter Biden's laptop from one of the biggest social media sites in the world, a top executive there says it was a mistake. I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington with the details.
Plus, we continue our coverage of the City Council's pension bill. Still ahead, what Mayor Brandon Scott said when we asked about his trust in City Council President Nick Mosby. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your consumer news this morning, stocks start December down. The Dow dropped 194 points. The S&P slipped 3, while the Nasdaq added 14 points. It comes after a good day on Wall Street Wednesday and ahead of the official jobs numbers coming out this morning. The country might be seeing a break in inflation. The Commerce Department says inflation is slowing down compared to last October and September. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says higher interest rates could start to slow inflation even more in December. Mortgage rates also falling for the third week in a row now. Those rates rose throughout most of 2022. The drop could be because of the speculation that inflation has reached its peak. The cost of gas also going down as well, according to AAA. The average price for a gallon of gas is at $3.47. Maryland's average on par with that as well. It's the first time that national average has been below $3.50 since February when Russia invaded Ukraine. The Environmental Protection Agency wants to increase the amount of ethanol and other biofuels that must be blended into U.S. fuel supplies in the coming years. Corn lobbyists and other renewable fuel groups welcome the proposal, but oil industry groups argue ethanol mandates limit consumer choice and constrain free market forces. The EPA says the move could bring down U.S. oil imports by up to 180,000 barrels of oil per year. The proposal also includes incentives to encourage the use of biofuels to charge electric vehicles. Making headlines this morning, 2 years after a story about Hunter Biden's laptop was blocked from being shared on Twitter, one of the key figures responsible for making that decision says it was the wrong decision to make. Sinclair national correspondent Christine Frizzell brings us the latest reaction from Capitol Hill.
The New York Post story detailing the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop just before the 2020 election was read by millions. But for a time, one of America's biggest social media sites, Twitter, prevented it from being posted or shared.
Do you remember the laptop repair guy? Do you remember the uncertainty of the whole story? We didn't know what to believe. We didn't know what was true. There was smoke.
But Yael Roth, the former head of trust and safety at Twitter, says there wasn't fire, now admitting it was a mistake to block the story.
Ultimately, for me, it didn't reach a place where I was comfortable removing this content from Twitter.
But it not only was removed, the New York Post was also locked out of its account. Twitter accused of interfering in the election. Its founder and CEO at the time said his team thought the information was hacked, a violation of Twitter policy, but also said it was the wrong call 2 weeks after the 2020 election.
Upon further consideration, we admitted this action was wrong and corrected it within 24 hours.
Many top Republicans have called for an investigation into the matter, especially after new evidence has come to light that shows the White House actually had back-channel communications with some of these sites, weighing in on disinformation, which GOP lawmakers call collusion in the name of censorship.
Getting private sector platforms to agree to that censoring, that's unconstitutional whether the government does it or whether a private party does it.
New Twitter CEO Elon Musk has vowed to make big changes, including providing a breakdown of what he calls those Twitter files on free speech suppression, expected to include details on this and other decisions at the company in the past on flagging or removing posts or users, a move he says will be made soon in the name of transparency. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Now, former President Barack Obama and Senator Raphael Warnock are rallying together ahead of Georgia's final day of early voting.
This is not about Republican and Democrat. This is not about right and left. This is about the difference between right and wrong.
Now, Georgia voters have already cast more than 1 million ballots in the runoff election between incumbent Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Warnock led by 37,000 votes out of the 4 million cast in the general election, but that fell short of the majority required by law to avoid the second round. Obama stressed the difference Georgia voters were able to make in 2020 by handing Democrats the majority in the Senate, and he addressed potential voter fatigue at having 2 elections in as many months.
If the folks who had to fight those early fights, those were the tough fights for union rights and voting rights and gay rights and women's rights. If they didn't get tired, you can't be tired.
Democrats are banking on having an advantage by turning people out early. Analysts say voting is high across the state, including in counties where Walker won last month. Election Day in Georgia will take place next Tuesday.
Mayor Scott has decided to veto the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're questioning the mayor on his decision.
And the November jobs report is set to be released this morning. Just ahead from our live center, we take a look at the predictions and the impact it's already having on the market.
Definitely cold as you get out early with us on your Friday, Purple Friday at that. Break down what we can expect for the weekend ahead, coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you and happy Friday. It is December 2nd, already second day in the month.
And it's Friday. We are moving right along.
Right along.
It's definitely feeling like December, too.
It is. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Shannon Lilly.
And let's get over to Justin Chambers, meteorologist Justin Chambers. So tell us, a little bit chilly this morning, but warming up?
Not chilly. Cold.
Freezing.
It is, below freezing.
Said it.
Yeah, so below freezing. We're in the 20s as we get out here early on your Friday morning. We're going to continue to see these cold temperatures at least for the next few hours, taking you outside right now, out over the Inner Harbor. Very calm conditions, but clear, starlit skies as you are out early. Look at these numbers. 24 in Cockeysville, 23 in Towson, 21 in Rosedale, Essex and Middle River at 24 degrees. So one of the coldest mornings we've had in a while. Milder afternoon, however, later today. So that's good news. We're actually going to be warmer than yesterday, and we are tracking rain returning on Saturday. So out for your morning drive, you'll definitely need the heaters, maybe the defrosters on as well, with temperatures in the 20s by 6 a.m. and then lower 30s. We don't even get to above freezing until about 8 o'clock this morning. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thanks. We begin this morning in a city in crisis and the fallout from the veto of the Baltimore City Council pension bill.
That legislation would have reduced eligibility for the council's own lifetime payments from 12 years to 8.
Well, Fox 45 News is questioning Mayor Brandon Scott about his confidence in City Council President Nick Mosby and his comments on WBAL radio.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the words from the mayor. Olivia.
Well, as you mentioned, Mayor Scott decided to veto the pension bill, so Fox 45 News questioned him on his decision, and although he didn't give us much time, we were able to get some answers. Take a listen.
Why the veto, Mr. Mayor? Hey, listen, like I said earlier, and you seen the letter, Keith. I saw you did a very detailed story. Watch yourself. A detailed story yesterday. We have to, when you're elected official, you have to do your oath the way we say. And this is about making sure that we do this the right way. And this, the appearance of impropriety, the understanding that it doesn't impact those who are elected right now. We just need to do these things the right way, and this wasn't the right way.
The mayor saying the bill had potential ethical issues, a bill sponsored by Council President Nick Mosby, who has had his own issues involving ethics, including allegations from the Baltimore City Board of Ethics concerning a fundraising campaign that investigators say was established to pay for private legal expenses by Mosby and his wife, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. So Fox 45 News' Keith Daniels pressed the mayor on if all of this has him questioning Mosby's leadership.
We have a board of ethics for a reason, Keith. They determine when folks are violating the ethics rules and ethics codes, not you, not me, and they will do that. Thank you.
The bill would have reduced pension eligibility for elected leaders from 12 years to just 8 years of service. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly passing Question K, which puts term limits on some elected leaders. Mayor Scott walked away before we could ask him about a comment he made on WBAL radio yesterday.
Long before a media mogul decided to get involved in term limits, I voted for term limits on the council twice.
Now, we sent an email to the mayor's office asking what he was trying to insinuate about the leadership at Fox 45 News with that statement that you just heard, especially given that it was voters who overwhelmingly passed Question K. So far, though, we haven't heard back. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Olivia, thanks. Well, the next city council meeting is on Monday, and it's not clear if Nick Mosby will call a vote to try to override the mayor's veto. But so far, he doesn't have the votes to do it. In fact, Councilman Eric Costello and Mark Conway here, who abstained, well, they tell Fox 45 News they won't support an override. That would leave Mosby at least 2 votes shy of the 10 needed. That's if he tries to override the veto.
And let's take a look at how fast this bill made it through council in the first place. It took 3 weeks from the time Nick Mosby introduced it to its final passage. But that first vote happened on November 3rd when City Council advanced that pension bill. It was just 5 days before voters even headed to the polls to decide on Question K. Now, the night before Election Day, the full council advanced the bill with 9 yeses. That was the most support it's got.
The final vote came last Monday when support started falling. Only 8 yes votes. Many people in the community are raising concerns about how fast it all happened.
This was an easy choice for the public to understand why it was so irresponsible for the city council to race this through. And once the ethics opinion was there, giving the mayor the ammunition he needed, this was just something that I think Nick Mosby didn't think was going to pass. They tried to push it through too quickly, and he overreached.
The mayor must be commended. Those that voted against the pension plan, we commend them. And those that voted for it, well, your days might be numbered.
For comparison, a new ordinance cracking down on illegal dirt bike riding and stunt driving took more than 6 weeks to get a final decision from the mayor. Bills targeting gun violence in 2020 took nearly 3 months to get a final vote.
Now, we want to hear from you. Do you think the city council makes the decision with your best interest in mind? So far, 99% of voters say no. We want to hear from everyone. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Now, some are questioning the motives of the pension plan. Democratic Council member Zeke Cohen says it comes off as, quote, self-dealing. Republican political commentator Eurypsy Morgan echoed that concern.
City Council president is elected to be on the City Council, of course, to preside over the City Council, but he does so for the benefit of the voters. And look, this all stemmed from the issue with Question K, which limited the amount of times that a person can run for office, so 8 years instead of having, the 2 terms instead of what it had been. And that, I think, was a huge signal to the politicians in Baltimore City that residents wanted term limits. And I think the City Council president's response to that with this bill has been incredibly controversial.
Now, in his inauguration speech almost 2 years ago, the City Council president spoke against city politicians pushing self-serving legislation in the past.
We all know that too often petty personal agendas and debilitating short-sightedness has all too often characterized our city politics and created government that produces good headlines for the Baltimore Sun, but entertaining chatter on social media, but not enough progress for our city.
We'll continue to hold your elected leaders accountable. You can find all of our reporting on the pension bill on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
From the Live Center this morning, we are taking you live to the White House here as we wait on the last federal jobs report we're going to get this year. It's set to be released at 8:30 this morning, and analysts are expecting it to show around 200,000 jobs were added in November. Now, in a typical economy, that would be considered a very good number, but in this case, it would be a 30% decline from the 261,000 jobs that were added back in October. Going back over the last year, it would also be the smallest number of jobs added since the December 2021 report. But job numbers have beat analysts' forecasts in all but 3 months over the last year. So we're going to see how this morning's report plays out. 2022 is on pace to be the second best year on record for hiring, right behind 2021, which saw big growth as vaccines rolled out and the pandemic started to ease. Now, Wall Street will be watching this morning's job report, as will the Fed, as it weighs the next round of rate hikes. Right now, the Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ are all trending lower as investors wait for that report to drop at 8:30. And we're going to have it for you as soon as it's out.
This is it's just not right.
Frustration this morning after residents in East Baltimore received no help from the city following a massive sinkhole. Why the city says this is not their problem.
Temperatures are cold. We're below freezing pretty much across the board here, so make sure to get yourself and the kids bundled up before you head out. Back with your full forecast coming up. Welcome back, everybody. 5:10 is your time. Your weather authority forecast. Well, we continue to be cold this morning. Looking out over the inner harbor. Tough to kind of actually see that it's actually cold, but trust me, it is. Those numbers on the right side of your screen, below freezing. So you're out the doorcast. Get that jacket on. Get yourself layered up. Sunglasses today for sure. No need for the umbrella, but that will change as you head out early on Saturday morning. Here's a look at your jogging cast. Yeah, definitely colder with temperatures in the 20s and 30s, so layer up before you head out. Shannon?
All right, thanks, Justin. Happening today, Comptroller Peter Francho and Comptroller-elect Brooke Learman will be in downtown Baltimore to promote the Shop Maryland initiative and local businesses.
That's great. And the EPA is expected to announce a $15 million in funding for the Chesapeake Bay to help restore the bay's ecosystem.
And Baltimore County will hold a bus driver recruitment session in Cockeysville. Interested people are asked to apply online right before the event.
Oh, and we are counting down to Christmas this morning. Stay with Fox 45 all morning long for your chance to call in and win one of those amazing prizes you see under our tree.
Yep, plus an annual tradition lighting up the Baltimore sky. Look at that. We take you to the Mount Vernon tree lighting right after the break. You are watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
We're getting into the holiday spirit this morning, and the Maryland Department of Transportation, they're doing it too. They're ramping up their tour drive. They're getting ready to see more of these guys out on the roads as officers collect new toys Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday next week at key points across the state. It's the 33rd annual. MTDA has organized this event for specific drop-off locations. Head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
There it is, Mount Vernon, a lot brighter this morning after the annual monument lighting. The Christmas tradition has been taking place for decades, and last night featured caroling, food, and fireworks. Organizers say the evening marks the official start to the holiday season.
And whether you're going to a holiday event, putting up decorations, or baking cookies, we want to see how you're celebrating this holiday season. You can send in your pictures and videos to our website, FOX45 WBFF.com/chime in, or you can use your Fox 45 mobile app. Just click the Explore tab, then chime in. And what I really want to see this morning is some warmer temperatures, right?
I would hope to see that, but you know what? It's not the holidays without a little chill in the air.
You're right, you're right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with that chill. Good morning, Justin.
A lot of chill is in the air. By the way, Shannon, this is the first day you get to open one of the gifts, right?
It is. I am so excited. I'm so excited. I'm waiting for it.
I mean, countdown to Christmas. I think, Taylor, you've already opened one?
I ripped one open last week.
Okay, good. All right, so that we're good to go. It's going to be a lot of fun. Later this morning, your chance to call in and win our big old Christmas tree over there with a bunch of gifts. And yes, we are in the holiday season, and we are in December. Meteorological winter started yesterday, and right on cue, continuing to see these temperatures that are cold this morning. Most of us are below freezing to start your day. 26, your number in Towson. Not much in the way of wind out of the west, about just 3 to 5 miles an hour, but that still puts that wind chill in the lower 20s or even teens. So you got to make sure those kids are bundled up. Beep, beep, head to toe. That's what Lisa said. So you can actually see those numbers in the 30s by 7 a.m. Upper 40s into the noon hour, and we'll be into the lower 50s later this afternoon. Overall, not a bad day later today with temperatures that will be warmer. Golfers, after a frost delay this morning with temps in the 30s, you're looking good later this afternoon if you do want to sneak out there and get a quick 9 in before you get into your weekend, the first weekend of December. 52, that's our average for early December. A lot of us will be in the mid to upper 40s for Westminster and Cockeysville to Bel Air across Harford County, even out towards Cecil County at 47 in Elkton. Eastern Shore in the upper 40s and lower 50s, and should top out right about 51 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, a little colder to the north in Pennsylvania, up into Philly, New York at 47 today, 51 in D.C. and 49 in Western Maryland there in Cumberland. Now, if you do want to get the cars cleaned up, I got a green light for you today, but notice that red light tomorrow because that rain is on the way. So as we take a look at our future scan, we're dry this afternoon. We get a southerly wind that will help to kind of keep things a little bit more mild. Here comes the rain early tomorrow morning, as you'll see those showers about 7, 8 o'clock, and the rain's going to stay with us through most of the morning as you're watching the USA and Netherlands, the World Cup match, that knockout round tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock right here on Fox 45. That rain will continue to push through as we get into the afternoon, and then by Sunday we're drier, but quite a bit colder. So no rain for the Mayor's Christmas Parade or the Ravens game, but it is going to be cold. There's no doubt about that. So 51 today, 61 tomorrow, but upper 40s on your Ravens Sunday, and then we're back to the 50s next week with more rain coming in on Tuesday. Shannon?
All right. Thanks, Justin. Now we want to get over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We're taking a look at your drive times, and look at that. Everyone is in the green. That means smooth sailing, and now's a good time to head out. For a check on mass transit, here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hey, Mark.
Well, good morning, Shannon. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 505 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC are on time for the commute start. Light rail link looking good. Full service from end to end. No delays or issues there on light rail link this morning. And if your ride is on Metro Subway Link, it's operating on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Friday commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thanks, Mark. Fox 45 News demanding more transparency in the case of a Squeegee kid accused of murder. Still ahead, the similar questions both Fox 45 News and the defense are now asking.
Plus, we're still following a close runoff in Georgia. What the early numbers are telling us just ahead from the Live Center. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
In a city in crisis, getting information regarding the 15-year-old suspect accused of killing Timothy Reynolds remains an uphill battle as the case continues in adult court.
As Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost continues to dig into this case, she shows us the latest transparency struggle from the Accountability Desk.
The Accountability Desk is the best way to show you where we are with this case because cameras aren't allowed inside Maryland courtrooms. But in this case, we weren't even allowed inside the Juvenile Justice Center. November 17th, 2022, we were physically and deliberately moved further and further away from the courtroom where the 15-year-old suspect was having a hearing. That's when the attorneys for the Squeegee defendant were trying to get this out of the adult court system and into the juvenile system, but we were eventually kicked out of this entire building. So we were left to rely on those who were inside the hearing to find out what happened. From this point, it's even been a struggle with those inside the courthouse to try and get information and access to what the public has a right to know. And now we aren't the only ones who are saying this is a problem. These court documents are the only insight the public has into the case of the teen Squeegee defendant as he faces first-degree murder. While the judicial system appears to be shielding the details, the defense and the victim's family litigate the facts in the court of public opinion.
It is not ideal to have a 15-year-old, someone who was actually 14 at the time of the offense.
I was blindsided Friday when I spoke and I heard that the state and its Mosby offering a plea deal.
In the files, few details emerged, while the important facts discussed, leading to the judge denying the juvenile transfer. What was said in the hearing is unknown to the public, causing concern for defense attorney Warren Brown. Was it a mistake for Judge Dorsey to keep the courtroom closed?
Well, I think the issue was, it's one thing for the courts to say no more people in here. There was never any mention made about that. I think that the courtrooms are supposed to be open. This is, even though it involved the juvenile, it was in the adult court. Correct. You'll be able to come to the trial.
Right.
You'll be able to come to, every proceeding henceforth as it relates to this boy because he's in the adult system. Now, if it had been transferred to the juvenile system, then yes, shut the doors, sure. Cover the windows, station guards out front. But at this point, it was lost on me why the public wasn't allowed in there. And I'm sorry that you all were not allowed in there because I just believe that, with you all's involvement, people are careful about what they do and what they say.
The transcript for the hearing sealed, but sources inside tell Fox 45 News the defendant's possible gang affiliation was discussed, as well as multiple photos prosecutors say indicate the teen's ties to the Crips. Those photos also sealed. Dhruv Vignaraja, attorney for the Reynolds family as the criminal case plays out, says this is another reason why the transcript should be made public.
The Reynolds family didn't choose to have this fight in the court of public opinion. That was a choice made by defense lawyers on behalf of their client. But at the end of the day, if we're going to have this conversation in the public view, the public is entitled to the truth. They're entitled to all of the facts, not some of them. This is a case of great public concern. It stands at the intersection of so many issues that people are debating and talking about every day. You can't have that discussion. You can't have that debate with incomplete facts.
Moving forward, these proceedings should be open to the public since this case is now moving forward in the adult court system. And as for that transcript, that could provide more information about the defendant's background, his history, as well as evidence discussed during the hearing. Well, we're working with attorneys to bring that information to the public. At the Accountability Desk, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow the Reynolds case and keep you updated on air and online. You can find all of our past reporting on our website at foxbaltimore.com.
Alrighty, here a live look at the harbor. A dry day ahead, but it will not last for long. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the rain returns.
Another gun was found at a Baltimore City school. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, an expert weighs in on the impact this disturbing trend could be having on students. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here on this Friday, December 2nd. I'm Shannon Lilly.
And I'm loving that energy.
Yes, it's Friday.
It is. You're right. I'm Taylor Stewart. And let's get on over to our Friday meteorologist, Justin Chambers, for a look at our freezing cold forecast.
Yeah, it is a little cold this morning, ladies. Good morning. Happy Purple Friday, too. Got the Ravens game coming up on Sunday right here at home, M&T Bank Stadium. Broncos will be in town this Sunday. Let's take a look outside right now. It's cold. It feels like Colorado for those Denver folks that are heading our way. Towson right now is mainly dry and clear. Mile 1 Auto Group cam showing us that we've got a cold start to your morning statewide. Look at these numbers. 20 in Cumberland, 26 in Hagerstown, 27 in Westminster, and we're at 25 in Bel Air. So you are definitely starting below freezing. Mr. Bo says, yeah, get the heaters going for sure. Bun warmers if you got them today. We're talking about 20s and 30s for the next couple of hours on your morning drive. We will warm up this afternoon, actually a high of 51 later today, and then we'll be in the lower 60s tomorrow, but we are tracking rain. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
Thanks, Justin. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, another gun found at a Baltimore City public school.
We're now outpacing the number of guns in schools found last year.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from the high school with a closer look at this disturbing trend. Olivia.
Hey, well, Shannon and Taylor, that gun was found yesterday right here on the grounds at Carver High. But the crisis was averted after students say the gun never actually made it inside of the school because of a metal detector. But guns in or around Baltimore City schools is an ongoing problem, with 7 others found this year alone. You remember back in September, a 10th grader was shot and killed outside of Mervo High School. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute says more needs to be done than just relying on metal detectors.
At the end of the day, no metal detector is going to stop everybody trying to get in there with a gun. If you have the will, you will find the way. Oftentimes, if you're an athlete, you can get access to the locker rooms through a different side of campus where you're not actually on the main campus, but you can also get from main campus to the locker rooms.
Kennedy pointing out gaps in security could bring guns from the street into the classroom. Beyond that, Kennedy says the bigger issue is that the unarmed Baltimore City school resource officers are literally outgunned.
The students have taken note of that. They know that the security guards, aka school resource officers, aren't real police, and they treat them as such.
And after yesterday's incident, police tell us that 2 students were taken into custody. Back to you.
Now, guns in city schools, it's become a disturbing trend, Olivia. Has Sean Kennedy said anything about what he thinks the impact this could be on students who are just in the classroom trying to learn?
Yeah, Taylor, great point. And we asked Sean Kennedy about that. Take a listen to what he had to say.
How many kids aren't going to show up to school for the next 2 weeks until Christmas because they're like, I don't want to get shot?
He says incidents like the one yesterday and the 7 others this year could have a lasting impact on students. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thanks, Olivia. And this is just the latest example of a gun found near Carver.
Back in September, a bullet grazed a 15-year-old student in the head near campus. Now, just days before that, as Olivia mentioned, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed at Mervo High School during dismissal.
Gun violence isn't the only concern at city schools. Fights are too. Fox 45 News heard from a Northeast Baltimore student who says he was beaten at Reginald F. Lewis High School in September. Now the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is expanding its violence intervention efforts into 3 schools, including Carver and Mervo. Now that program is set to start next year, despite questions surrounding whether Monzi's violence intervention programs like Safe Streets actually work. Fox 45 News has an interactive map of where all 8 guns have been found in Baltimore City public schools, and you can find it within this story on our website, foxbaltimore.com. You can also find all of our past reporting on the violence within city schools and Monzi's violence prevention program. The Anne Arundel County Public School System says nearly 1,600 students who have yet to get regular bus access will have service starting Monday. The school superintendent made that announcement yesterday. It'll fill in the gaps that a bus driver shortage left open. Just yesterday, Project Baltimore told you about one private transportation company stepping up to make sure one group of Anne Arundel County students have a ride to school. Tanya Briggs, who owns the company, says she saw our story about the students being forced to walk miles to school, and she says she had to do something.
For these babies' safeties, it has no cost. If I can do this every single day to assure their safety, I'm okay with it. And to make sure that these babies get to school.
Well, you can find more on that story on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore. And for a list of routes the new van program will operate on Monday, head to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
The Anne Arundel County Public School System is giving teachers and school employees $1,000 for appreciation bonuses this month. The system says those bonuses won't require any new spending. The funds are available from savings and accrued through vacant positions system-wide. Some say bonuses like this could help fill those open spots.
It's great for all teachers to receive that thank you bonus, and I think it's just a show of the disparity we have between the amount of people who are becoming teachers and the people who are leaving the profession for other opportunities, and that now we really have to be competitive with private markets and other jobs.
Carroll County Public Schools says its employees received a bonus last month and will get another one in April. Baltimore County school employees will see a bonus this month as well.
Turning now to a city in crisis, the death count continues to grow. Yesterday saw a pair of deadly shootings, bringing the city's homicide total to 310 this year. The most recent happening last night around 8. Police say a woman was shot along Park Heights Avenue. She was taken to Sinai Hospital, where she later died. And a 36-year-old man is shot and killed in East Baltimore. Police say he was shot on Monument Street near Pulaski Highway. Anyone with any information on either shooting is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. The owner of a Fells Point pizza shop is now pressing city leaders after he was denied a permit to sell food after midnight. Zion Graviel says his days owning brick oven pizza are limited after the city sent him a letter to stop selling his pizza after midnight. Well, the city says neighbors complained about trash and crime, but the owner says that's news to him.
I'm as a young guy from Israel. Have a dream to open my first restaurant. 70% was the sale was after midnight, and then they took it away.
Fox 45 News questioned the city council on why the business must close down, but neighboring businesses can continue to sell alcohol after midnight. Councilman Z. Cohen responded in part, saying the council is following the lead of partners in law enforcement. The mayor's office has not responded to our request for comment. Months after a massive sinkhole destroyed homes in East Baltimore, residents are still picking up the pieces. Why they say the city is abandoning them.
And we're waking up with winter-like temperatures this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down the weekend forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Just about 5:41, 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Friday morning, and it is cold, no doubt about that, as you look out from our downtown Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam, top of that Transamerica building, looking over the lights of the city right now. As you head out the door, definitely a jacket, gloves, a hat, and then sunglasses for later today with more sunshine on the way. No need for the umbrella today, but you will need it tomorrow. Grab a warm beverage for sure. Just kind of put it right around your hands there and warm up. Temperatures 20s and 30s, eventually getting above freezing by about 8 a.m. Shannon?
All right, good advice. Thanks, Justin. Continuing coverage this morning, residents are still looking for accountability from city leaders 5 months after a sinkhole destroyed several homes in East Baltimore. The city is denying one man's claim for damages despite the collapse of a 115-year-old storm drain leading to this sinkhole. Well, the refusal for reimbursement coming straight from the mayor's office. The city is claiming there needed to be prior knowledge of the problem.
How do I know that there's a pipe running underneath the properties? I don't know that. So if I had x-ray vision or see through the ground or could see the future, possibly, yeah, I could have let you know. But that's just unbelievable.
Now, Quentin Bell says he's still paying his mortgage on his home that no longer exists, but the families affected plan to appeal the city's decision in court. In the past year alone, the city has reported at least 3 major sinkholes, all due to aging infrastructure.
We continue our coverage of the City Council's pension bill. Still ahead, what Mayor Brandon Scott said when asked about his trust in City Council President Nick Mosby. It's 5:42. You're watching Fox 45 News, early edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, we are getting into the holiday season this morning, and so is Guy Fieri. He is putting a sweet holiday twist on his famous trash can nachos.
Oh my, okay, yeah, that holiday trash can nachos are available for order on goldbelly.com for $89.95. They include cannoli chips, mini pretzels, and brownie pieces as well. The classic silver that's filled with the ingredients. Now, Ferrari debuted this original trash can nacho at the South Beach and Food and Wine Festival almost a decade ago.
Looks pretty good. Can mayo be used in eggnog? I would say no, but Hellmann's thinks so. The mayonnaise company is partnered with mixologist Cody Goldstein to create the frozen mayo nog, along with the Snickerdoodle mayo cookie. The cocktail and dessert are inspired by the traditional milk and cookies holiday tradition. You can find a recipe for the Hellmann's eggnog on the mixologist's Instagram page, Muddling Memories. And take a look at this. Our chief meteorologist Jonathan Myers sent us this video, a glimpse of Mauna Loa as he is vacationing in Maui. Wow, that is stunning.
Gorge.
You can see in the distance the ash from the volcano. This is the first time in 38 years that the world's largest volcano has erupted. According to Hawaii's governor, no homes have been impacted, thankfully, from the eruption, and it is still safe to visit the island. That is insane. I've never been to Hawaii. Have you guys been there?
That is gorgeous.
I've been to Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, and Kilauea and Mauna Loa, they're 21 miles apart. They are currently both erupting as we speak. Yeah, Kilauea started re-erupting in last year, 2021, and then Mauna Loa we talked about earlier this week. That's the world's largest volcano, ladies. I mean, it is.
So there must not be a lot of people in the area then.
And the Big Island is one of the least inhabited. It's the biggest island, and where that lava flow is going, it is impacting some roads, but luckily it hasn't impacted anybody in terms of any injuries or anything like that or damage. But I mean, that's a cool picture right there. There are some awesome pictures of people who are flying over it on planes and are at Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, checking that out. So yeah, good shot there. Hopefully Jonathan gets back in time for the mayor's Christmas parade. He's in it with Jasmine on Sunday, so hopefully he makes it back. Here's a look at our Towson camera right now. Good morning, everyone. Mile 1 Auto Group cam, we're mainly clear and cold and dry as well. 26 your temperature in Towson. People in town for that Broncos Ravens game on Sunday. Those Denver folks, and Shannon knows, I lived in Colorado for a while, dry. It is definitely dry out there right now. So that is what we're feeling at this moment. Kind of our numbers here over the next few hours. This is Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about. We're going to see those temperatures rise into the upper 40s and lower 50s. Actually, this afternoon will be milder and a little bit nicer than yesterday. Less wind to speak of, with plenty of sunshine and temps closer to where we typically are for early December. 51 for our high expected later this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the s'mores cast. How about that? A good night tonight to get by the fire pit on your Friday with those s'mores and whatever else you want to throw in there, some wood and stuff. Anyway, our temps are going to be in the 40s through 6 p.m. and dropping into the lower 40s through that 7 and 8 o'clock hour later tonight. But definitely a good night to hang out outside. It's just going to be cold. Now, mid to upper 40s here for our highs this afternoon across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Lower 50s in Baltimore City. 49 your high today in Dundalk. Numbers in Howard and Arundel counties. Also in the upper 40s and lower 50s for Ellicott City and Elkridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Right about 50 your high today. Now, your outdoors cast next couple of days. Today, good day to get the ice skates on at the Inner Harbor, but tomorrow, it's a red light, only because we do have that rain that's rolling in. Sunday will be good, but it will be cold for that Ravens game, but luckily we stayed dry. Our future scan looks like this. We are seeing dry conditions today. Watch as the rain rolls in. This happens late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Riders are getting set to watch the World Cup match, USA and Netherlands, right here on Fox 45. That's at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So stay inside while this rain rolls through. And then as we head toward the afternoon, a couple of leftover showers in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. But back behind that, we'll have the drier and colder air as we head into your Sunday. We are 17 days out from Hanukkah, 19 days until the winter solstice, just 23 days for Debbie, the dancing Christmas tree right there, and 30 days until 2023. Man, here we go. All right, 7-day forecast, 50s today. We actually will be warmer tomorrow, even with the rain that'll be around, but then colder on Sunday, and then we get back to the 50s early next week. Taylor?
Now let's go ahead and check our traffic, thanks to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. There is an accident here on 695 on the outer loop by Security Boulevard. It's causing some slowdowns there. You can see that officer on that shoulder. We'll keep you updated as this continues. Let's check in with Mark Jones, though, with the MTA. Mark, good morning.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, you'll find train 511 on the Penn line and 10 train 407, both operating with delays running about 5 minutes late for the start. The other trains are on time, looking good for the commute. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find full service on time without disruption or issue on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link checking in on schedule as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Republicans threatening to withhold Pentagon funding over military vaccine mandates. I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with what they're demanding now and the problems that could follow.
We just need to do these things the right way, and this wasn't the right way.
For the first time, we're hearing from Mayor Brandon Scott following his decision to veto the City Council's pension bill. Why he says the bill has some ethical issues. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. On the path forward, China appears to bow public pressure and ease some of its toughest COVID-19 restrictions.
It all comes shortly after the Chinese government detained hundreds of people protesting China's COVID lockdowns.
Yeah, this has allowed some supermarkets, restaurants, gyms, and transit systems to resume normal business. Apple's largest iPhone factory is also back on track. In Beijing, newspapers are reporting some people can even isolate at home now, avoiding crowded quarantine centers. Now, China is defending its COVID response, though, amid mounting criticism.
The U.S. is in no position to point fingers at China's COVID-19 response. What the U.S. needs to do is seriously respond to the appeal of its own people and handle its own affairs properly.
Now, while China's major cities like Shanghai and Beijing have seen a change in COVID restrictions, much of the rest of the country remains under the toughest regulation, and it's not clear when or if that's going to change. China is the last major country trying to prevent COVID transmission altogether. Infectious disease expert and outgoing White House medical advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci weighing in, saying lockdowns can't be a long-range strategy.
If you're going to put restrictions on society, there needs to be an end game and a purpose of why you're doing it that is aimed ultimately at opening up society in a safe way to protect your citizens.
Fauci says China's stringent lockdowns and restrictions would never have been accepted in the U.S., and they never should have been. Now, and on Capitol Hill, time is running out to renew what's called the National Defense Authorization Act. That's basically vital Pentagon funding that gets routinely passed each year.
This time, however, several Republicans are threatening to block it over vaccine mandates in the military. Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman, explains.
The U.S. military giving civilians COVID vaccines was common, but within the ranks, there was controversy, a requirement that they too receive the shots in order to serve. Republicans on Capitol Hill now demanding a vote to possibly remove the vaccine mandate, and if not, they threaten to delay the National Defense Authorization Act, essentially the Pentagon's yearly budget.
At a time when the military is struggling to meet their targets for recruitment, the Biden administration is firing soldiers we invested in and trained.
Army numbers were steady for President Biden's first 6 months, but then an almost 6% decline coincided with the vaccine mandate, the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the war in Ukraine. Across all branches, the military seeing an almost 3% drop.
A large group of us in the Department of Defense were devastated.
Brandy King, a pilot and instructor in the U.S. Air Force Reserve, says she was involuntarily separated from her position when she refused to get the shot.
It has had a direct consequence on recruiting. I also know for a fact that it's had a direct consequence on retaining talent. You have people that are senior and seasoned exiting the Department of Defense at a rapid rate. And you also have people that are not desiring to sign up to serve.
On top of that, NBC News reporting more Americans than ever are disqualified for obesity, drug use, or criminal records, and only 9% of those eligible have any interest in joining. And why some call this Republican threat a dangerous stunt, possibly withholding critical finances at the wrong time and adding another stressor to an already stretched Pentagon.
When we hear our colleagues speak on the floor, they're always saying how important the NDA is, but this is just another example of obstruction.
In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
A new congressional report shows fraudulent applicants may have received COVID relief funds intended for struggling businesses. The House Select Committee on the Coronavirus Crisis released the report yesterday. It followed an investigation into reports of financial technology companies approving a high volume of fraudulent loan applications. The report estimates, quote, at least tens of billions of dollars were likely sent to ineligible or fraudulent applicants. It's believed financial technology companies were often involved. Nearly $5 trillion in aid were provided during the pandemic.
Mayor Scott decided to veto the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're questioning the mayor on his decision.
We are waiting on the last federal jobs report of 2022. What analysts are expecting for November's numbers.
As we get set for your Purple Friday, temperatures cold now, but we have a nicer afternoon ahead. I'm going to talk about it right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
And good Friday morning to you. We are starting off here December 2nd. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Shannon Lilly.
And we're not your home team, but we are today, right?
Oh, absolutely. You know what? And we've also been listening to Christmas music right here in the studio.
Getting the vibes going.
Yes.
Yeah.
Feeling the December vibes, feeling those chilly vibes.
Summer weather, for
vibes
sure.
too. Yeah, ladies, we are talking about below freezing temperatures as you step out. So if you're just watching us this morning and you haven't gone outside yet, make sure to bundle up. Get the gloves, the hat, the jacket on. A nice clear start to your morning. However, those temperatures remain mainly in the 20s. You can see this map right here. We're in at 19 in Gaithersburg, 22 in Columbia, and 24 is all we are able to achieve here in Baltimore City, 23 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. So our cold Friday morning leading to a milder afternoon. Our numbers are actually going to be warmer later this afternoon than where we were yesterday. And then we are bringing back rain into the forecast for tomorrow. Your morning drive is dry and cold. Temps stay in the 20s. We get to above freezing finally by about 9 a.m. So definitely get the heaters and the bun warmers on if you got them. Back with your full forecast, including a look at our Ravens game day forecast for Sunday. That's in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
Thanks, Justin. Well, we begin this morning in a city in crisis and the fallout from the veto of the Baltimore City Council pension bill.
That legislation would have reduced eligibility for the council's own lifetime payments from 12 to 8 years.
Fox 45 News is questioning Mayor Brandon Scott about his confidence in City Council President Nick Mosby and his comments on WBAL radio.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the words from the mayor. Olivia.
Well, good morning. And as you mentioned, Mayor Scott decided to veto the pension eligibility bill. So Fox 45 News questioned him on his decision. And while he didn't give us much time, we were able to get some answers. Take a listen.
Why the veto, Mr. Mayor?
And listen, like I said earlier, and you seen the letter, Keith. I saw you did a very detailed story. Watch yourself. A detailed story yesterday. We have to, when you're elected official, you have to do your oath the way we said. And this is about making sure that we do this the right way. And this, the appearance of impropriety, the understanding that it doesn't impact those who are elected right now. We just need to do these things the right way, and this wasn't the right way.
The mayor saying the bill had potential ethical issues, a bill sponsored by Council President Nick Mosby, who has had his own issues involving ethics, including allegations from the Baltimore City Board of Ethics concerning a fundraising campaign that investigators say was established to pay for private legal expenses by Mosby and his wife, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. So Fox 45's Keith Daniels pressed the mayor on if all of this has him questioning Mosby's leadership.
We have a Board of Ethics for a reason, Keith. They determine when folks are violating the ethics rules and ethics codes, not you, not me, and they will do that. Thank you.
The bill would have reduced pension eligibility for elected leaders from 12 years to just 8 years of service. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly passing Question K, which puts term limits on some elected leaders. Mayor Scott walked away before we could ask him about a comment he made on WBAL radio yesterday morning.
Long before a media mogul decided to get involved in term limits, I voted for term limits on the council twice.
Now, we emailed the mayor's office asking what he was trying to insinuate about the leadership at Fox 45 News with that statement that you just heard, especially since it was voters who overwhelmingly passed Question K. But so far, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Well, the next city council meeting is on Monday, and it's not clear if Nick Mosby will call a vote to try to override the mayor's veto. But so far, he doesn't have the votes to do so. In fact, Councilman Eric Costello and Mark Conway here, well, they've abstained, and they tell Fox 45 News they will not support an override. That would leave Mosby at least 2 votes shy of the 10 needed. That's if he does try to override the veto.
Now, let's take a look at how fast this bill made it through council in the first place. It took about 3 weeks from when Nick Mosby introduced it to its final passage. Now, that first vote happened on November 3rd when a council committee advanced the pension bill. That was just 5 days before voters headed to the polls to decide on Question K, the term limit amendment. And then the night before Election Day, the full council advanced the bill with 9 yes votes and 2 no's. That was the most support it's ever gotten.
The final vote came last Monday when support started falling, only 8 yes votes. Many people in the community are raising concerns about how fast this all happened.
This was an easy choice for the public to understand why it was so irresponsible for the city council to race this through. And once the ethics opinion was there, giving the mayor the ammunition he needed, this was just something that I think Nick Mosby didn't think was going to pass. They tried to push it through too quickly, and he overreached.
The mayor must be commended. Those that voted against the pension plan, we commend them. And those that voted for it, well, your days might be numbered.
For comparison, a new ordinance cracking down on illegal dirt bike riding and stunt driving, well, that took more than 6 weeks to get a final decision from the mayor. Bills targeting gun violence in 2020 took nearly 3 months to get to a final vote. So we want to hear from you. Do you think the city council makes decisions with your best interest in mind? So far, 99% of you voters say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote and you can weigh in too. From the Live Center this morning, we are taking you live to the White House as we wait on the last federal jobs report we will get this year. It's set to be released at 8:30 this morning, and analysts are expecting it to show around 200,000 jobs were added in November. Now, in a typical economy, that would be considered a very good number, but in this case, it would be a 30% decline from the 261,000 jobs that were added in October. Going back over the last year, it would also be the smallest number of jobs added since the December 2021 report. But job numbers have beat analysts' forecasts in all but 3 months over the last year. So we'll have to see how this morning's report plays out. 2022 is on pace to be the second best year on record for hiring. That's right behind 2021, which saw big growth as vaccines rolled out and the pandemic started to ease. Wall Street will be watching this morning's job report as well, as will the Fed as it weighs the next round of rate hikes. Right now, the Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ are all trending lower as investors wait for that report to drop at 8:30, and we'll have it for you as soon as it's out.
Another gun found at a Baltimore City school just ahead. The concerning gaps in safety that could be putting students at risk.
The Senate approving legislation to prevent a rail strike from happening. Why they failed to find enough votes to pass a key offer.
Temperatures are cold this morning and staying below freezing. We'll warm up, though, this afternoon. A closer look at your full forecast coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. I wonder which one we get to open today, or 2 or 3. I don't know. It's our countdown to Christmas. You have to watch for your chance to win. We'll be unwrapping some presents, tearing through, hopefully, as Shannon and Taylor, maybe I'll get to do one too. All right, let's take a look at our Towson camera right now. Morning glow is what we're talking about. It's cold, so if you haven't stepped outside yet, make sure to bundle up. Look at these numbers. 23 in Towson and Cockeysville, 21 in Rosedale, Essex, Middle River. You're at 25 currently. Now, the good news is we'll be a little bit warmer today, but if you are out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, make sure to get extra layers on as temps stay in the 20s and 30s. Back to you.
Ooh, that's chilly. Thanks, Justin. Well, be sure to catch all the World Cup action right here on Fox 45 today, starting with South Korea taking on Portugal. Coverage begins at 9 a.m. Kickoff is at 10. Portugal is currently leading Group H with 6 points. Then coverage for Cameroon against Brazil starts at 1 p.m. Kickoff is at 2 p.m. Brazil is currently leading Group G with 6 points.
And the big match is only one day away. Team USA takes on the Netherlands tomorrow in the FIFA World Cup round 16. Coverage begins at 9 a.m. Kickoff at 10. You can watch all of that action right here on Fox 45.
Mayor Brandon Scott is speaking out for the first time since vetoing the controversial pension bill. What's next after his decision to block their pension plan?
And the bill to avert a nationwide rail strike heads to the president's desk. Just ahead, the key measure that was left out of that offer. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Let's go to the White House for a live look where a bill to prevent a nationwide railroad strike now heads to the president's desk. The Senate voted 80-15 a day after the House approved the measure, but the bill left out a key measure backed by progressives to offer paid sick leave. It was a major demand for railroad workers, and it was causing quite a bit of division within the Senate.
You have people who are doing dangerous work, people who have come down with COVID, people who have kept this economy going. In my view, it would be an absolute outrage if these workers did not get at least 7 days paid sick leave.
one legitimate question is being asked now, are we about to do something where Congress will forever be settling the disputes through congressional action? I think that's a bad precedent and something that resonates with me.
Interesting. Political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us to weigh in on this final push to avoid the railroad shutdown and the latest in Washington. Good morning. Now,
good morning. You know, the fact, let me just say this, the fact that this is still an issue more than 2 months after an 11-hour tentative deal was accepted is beyond the issue of paid sick. I'm telling you, it's the sign of a deep antipathy between unionized workers and railroad management. And this bill, while it passed, doesn't deal with the fact that this is not about money. It's about their quality of life. And I understand not paying part-time workers, hourly workers, giving them sick days. I understand that. But it's about what they put on the line. Right. And it's about the fact that Joe Biden promised to be a friend of the unions. And these union workers believe that Joe Biden and the leaders in Congress put them to the wolves with corporations that continue to make these deep cuts. It's no different than you're being at a television station and you go from 200 employees to 5 employees, and you expect all those 5 employees to take up the slack of everybody else. These people, it's their quality of life. It's just, yeah, it may help Biden, it may help the economy, but what about the rail workers? They're the ones that's left just devastated by this because they feel betrayed.
And that's the point I want to get to, is that Biden has said he's accomplished the goal of getting people to the table and striking this agreement. Does this accomplish truly what they're trying to accomplish? Will this get union workers to get their guys back out there and keep this going? I mean, no sick leave, none, no paid sick leave.
Listen, they're feeding corporate greed. I think the reality, I can say it best, is that there's no difference between Democrats and Republicans anymore. It's about corporate work, corporate America, about corporate donations to their campaigns and to their special funds. And these workers are left out in the cold. And listen, we're talking about over 115,000 people. And listen, we've seen them. Have we been on the Acela? Have we been on Amtrak? Have we looked at the tracks? We see these people every day, no matter how hot it is, no matter how cold it is. And I'm telling you, in the end, nobody looked out for their better interests. And they were forced to do this by Biden and a Democratic-controlled Congress.
Final question on this before we shift gears here. What does this mean going forward? I mean, the president could likely sign off on this. I mean, he has spearheaded this and said he got the deal done. What does this mean going forward for union leaders?
Let me ask you a question. How well do you perform your job if you're angry and feel maligned? Are you going to give them your best effort? Are you going to show up to the job enthusiastic? Are you going to protect people on the railroads? No. You're just going to become mediocre because you've been marginalized, and we'll see the impact of this in the long run on the rail system.
All right. Shifting gears here, I want to talk about student loans. The Supreme Court is now going to hear the case against student loans and the forgiveness program we've seen blocked in states across the country. Is this a good thing? For, you know, go ahead.
The problem here is that President Biden knew when he made this bold announcement to sort of and motivate young people to go out to polls to vote. And it may have worked in Pennsylvania, and it may work in Georgia if you look at early voting. But he knew all along that this had no chance of passing. Remember his great gaffe where he said it passed in Congress by 2 votes? He never sent it to Congress. And so what the Supreme Court has kept in place a lower appeals court injunction that prevents that program from taking effect now. And so the plan is estimated to cost billions of dollars. But here's what it means. The Supreme Court will hear this case in February, and in June, they will rule that Biden doesn't have the power. This is a decision that must be made by Congress, which Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi said during the campaign a year ago, the president doesn't have that power. And you would exploit people. You get them all worked up as if they're going to get their loan forgiven. And it's just another political trick and manipulation. And who loses? Students who really believe in our system of government will continue to lose faith.
And 16 million students have since applied and have been approved for forgiveness, so we'll have to wait and see how this plays out for them. Thank you so much, Armstrong Williams.
Thank you.
Alrighty, let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because, yeah, like 30-something degrees it feels like out there, but even colder in some places.
No, it's nowhere we're seeing the 30s, Taylor. We're in basically the 20s.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yes.
Send it home. I don't know.
It's just the start, too. Meteorological winter started yesterday, right?
It sure did. You're exactly right. Shannon, Taylor, good morning to both of you. Astronomical winter does start in just under 3 weeks from right now. But, yeah, definitely feeling like a winter-like morning. We got a nice morning glow right there from our Towson camera. If you have a moment to take a look at your TV screen from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, the kind of building silhouetted there against the skyline. 24 is your current temperature in Towson. No wind to speak of. That's good. We don't have to deal with those wind chill numbers, excuse me, as we get out in the next couple of hours. As the kids get ready to go to the bus stop, beep, beep, you got to make sure to get them layered up, and they are covered from head to toe. No exposed skin, please. 26 here in the next hour. We're in the upper 40s by noon. It's actually going to be a pretty nice afternoon with less wind today and slightly warmer temperatures. Hank the Bird, what do you think about it? What? Yeah, he's excited too. 36 by 9 a.m., upper 40s through noon and into the lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. We'll keep those 40s around for some of us in Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 49 Chestertown, Eastern Shore, Stevensville at 50. Same number there in Easton, and 49 across the bay in Annapolis. While most of us will be in the upper 40s and lower 50s. A little colder to the north. New York and Philly in the upper 40s. 54 in Ocean City for today. Pilots, good day to fly. Not as windy, and we're talking about VFR conditions. Looking at visual flight rules. Probably have to get those engines preheated this morning out there at the hangars. Here's a look at our future scan. So we stay dry today. Nothing to get in your way. Lots of sunshine. Now, increasing cloud cover tonight, and this is what it looks like tomorrow morning. So if you're up early getting ready for that World Cup USA match here on FOX45, rain is what will greet you tomorrow morning. That rain stays with us here through the middle part of the morning into the afternoon. The warmer air out ahead of that cold front will also kick up the wind, and that wind will be with us through most of the day tomorrow. Behind the cold front, we will dry out and will be colder as we head into your Sunday, but looking good for the Ravens game Sunday afternoon. Shout out to Don G. That is Jake, Elliott, and Tyrus. Those are great doggies right there in the back of the pickup truck. That is a great winter or holiday, almost like a postcard. So thanks, Don, for posting that picture. JC Chambers, foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. Would love to get your holiday pet pics on TV. It's a Purple Friday, and we're talking about Sunday. That's going to be cold but dry for the Ravens game at M&T Bank Stadium. 48 for your high temp. Lower 50s on Monday. We get to the mid to upper 50s into Tuesday and Wednesday, and some very interesting things are coming up in our long-range forecast in terms of next Friday. We could be talking about snow.
Oh, no, we all just gasped. Oh, my goodness. Well, I guess we're now going to get over to the Lens Solar Traffic Network with that in mind. Nothing like that on the roadway, but there is a crash on 95 southbound near Canton Avenue. And traffic is backing up, as you can see right there. The right lane and right shoulder are blocked, so give yourself some extra time if you're heading out. Now for a check on mass transit, here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning. The commute looks good out there right now. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, full service, Amanda, and no delays or issues there on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link checking in on time, too, between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Friday commute. On the MARC system, train 511 on the Penn Line, operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Our countdown to Christmas continues this morning. Keep watching all morning long. You still have your chance to win one of our amazing gifts under the tree here.
And we are looking forward to opening those.
Oh, yeah.
We also want to see how you're getting in the holiday spirit. Just ahead, a look at your pictures. It's 6:23. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, you know what might go good in your eggnog? Mayo. That's what Hellmann's thinks. The mayonnaise company has partnered with mixologist Cody Goldstein to create the frozen mayo nog, along with the snickerdoodle mayo cookie. The cocktail and dessert is inspired by the traditional milk and cookies holiday tradition. I don't know about this one, Shin. I just don't know.
I don't think I can get on board.
I don't know.
I'm not a big mayonnaise person in general, and definitely not in my eggnog.
All right.
I don't see it. I don't
see how
see
other
it.
people are doing Christmas.
Yeah, we do love seeing, though, how you're welcoming the holidays. Our viewer, Robert, here sent us this picture of his Christmas tree from Queen Anne's County. It looks very beach-themed. Well, Robert says this was his vision for the year, and we appreciate you, Robert, for sending this in. I love it. Whether it's decorating the tree, baking cookies, or getting out to a holiday event, we want to see your traditions this season. You can send in your pictures and videos to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or use your Fox 45 News mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in.
All right, get the big heavy coat and the scarves, the earmuffs, all the stuff, because it's a cold morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we warm up, and he's tracking some rain this weekend. He'll break it down for us after the break.
Another gun was found at a Baltimore City school. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, an expert weighs in on the impact this disturbing trend could be having on students. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are starting off with a live look from M&T Bank Stadium, and this is where the Ravens will be taking on the Denver Broncos. Kickoff starts at 1 p.m. on Sunday.
We want to see your purple pride, so chime in with your photos on our website at foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. Wait, they've got the red and green up for Christmas. How cool is that?
And we're listening to Christmas music right here in the studio, too.
We are.
So we're all in the holiday spirit. Yes.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah.
I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Taylor Stewart. And let's kick it off to Justin Chambers, our meteorologist for the day, checking in on those very cold temperatures.
Yeah, it is cold. There's no doubt about that, ladies. We're talking about below freezing temperatures as you wake up with us. It's going to be cold for that Ravens game on Sunday. It is Purple Friday here, but you can see that really pretty morning glow from our Towson camera. I've got my Ravens tie on and my Orioles socks because 4 months from now, we'll be talking about opening day at Camden Yards, if that warms the cockles of your heart. 22, your number in Cumberland, 24 in Hagerstown. We're at 27 in Westminster, and a lot of us are below freezing basically throughout the state of Maryland. So a cold Friday morning. We will have milder conditions for the afternoon, and then we are tracking rain that's rolling in for tomorrow. So get your run or your jog in here in the next couple of hours. Just make sure to layer up because temps don't even get to above freezing until about 9 a.m. On our way to a high of 51 today. We're in the lower 60s tomorrow, even with the rain, but upper 40s with dry conditions on Sunday. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Thanks, Justin. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Another gun found at Baltimore City Public Schools.
We're now outpacing the number of guns in schools found last year.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from the high school with a closer look at this disturbing trend. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Shannon, that gun was found yesterday right here on the grounds at Carver High. But the crisis was averted after students say the gun never actually made it inside of the school because of a metal detector. But guns in or around Baltimore City schools is an ongoing problem, with 7 others found this year alone. You may remember back in September, a 10th grader was shot and killed outside of Mervo High School. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute says more needs to be done than just relying on metal detectors.
At the end of the day, no metal detector is going to stop everybody trying to get in there with a gun. If you have the will, you will find the way. Oftentimes, if you're an athlete, you can get access to the locker rooms through a different side of campus where you're not actually on the main campus, but you can also get from main campus to the locker rooms.
Kennedy pointing out gaps in security could bring guns from the street into the classroom. Beyond that, Kennedy says the bigger issue is that the unarmed Baltimore City school resource officers are literally outgunned.
The students have taken note of that. They know that the security guards, aka school resource officers, aren't real police, and they treat them as such.
And after yesterday's incident, police tell us that 2 students were taken into custody. Back to you.
Now, guns in Baltimore City schools, Olivia, they've become a really disturbing trend. What does Sean Kennedy think about the impact this is having on the students who are in the classroom trying to learn?
Yeah, Taylor, great point. And we did ask Sean Kennedy about that. Take a listen to what he had to say.
How many kids aren't going to show up to school for the next 2 weeks until Christmas because they're like, I don't want to get shot?
And he says incidents like the one yesterday and the 7 others this year could have a lasting impact on students. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And this is just the latest example of a gun found near Carver.
Yes, and there was also another individual who was shot in the head. He was grazed in the head near campus. And then days before that, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogdon was shot and killed at Mervo High School during dismissal.
Gun violence isn't the only concern at city schools. Fights are too. In fact, Fox 45 News heard from a Northeast Baltimore student who says he was beaten at Reginald F. Lewis High School back in September. And now the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is expanding its violence intervention efforts into 3 schools, including Carver and Mervo. Now, that program is set to start next year, despite questions surrounding whether Monty's violence intervention programs like Safe Streets actually work.
Fox 45 News has an interactive map of where all 8 guns have been found in Baltimore City public schools. You can find this within our story on our website, foxbaltimore.com. You can also find all of our past reporting on violence in the school system and the Monty Violence Intervention Program.
The Anne Arundel County Public School System says nearly 1,600 students who have yet to get regular bus access will have service starting Monday. The school superintendent made that announcement yesterday. It'll fill in the gaps that a bus driver shortage left open. Just Wednesday, Project Baltimore told you about one private transportation company stepping up to make sure one group of Anne Arundel County students have a ride to school. Tanya Briggs, who owns the company, says she saw our story about the students being forced to walk miles to school, and she had to do something.
For these baby safeties, it has no cost. If I can do this every single day to assure their safety, I'm okay with it. And to make sure that these babies get to school.
Well, you can find more on that story on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore. And for a list of routes the new van program will operate on Monday, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Mayor Brandon Scott is speaking out on his decision to veto the city council's pension plan. Just ahead, the reason he gave for the decision and the question now about what's next.
It is a cold morning right now, but warmer temperatures later today. Our Weather Authority team is tracking the rain for the weekend and your Ravens game day forecast. It is 6:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
As snow blankets parts of the Pacific Northwest with more expected, folks are dealing with wintry commutes. Roads through Maple Valley, Washington were clear, but icy and slick. Now to this fantastic sight, a lenticular cloud cloak over Mount Shasta, an awesome view over what meteorologist Holden LaCroix calls one of the prettiest volcanoes in the West.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
Time right now, just about 6:40. Your Weather Authority forecast, 20 minutes in front of 7 o'clock on your Purple Friday, even though we've got a nice orange Orioles glow right there. And overall, it is cold. Grab a jacket and a hat before you get out, maybe even gloves for you and the kids. Look at these numbers, 22 in Cockeysville, 27 Bel Air. Glen Burnie, you're in at 23 this hour. So the good news is we do warm up as we head later into the afternoon, and you'll need your sunglasses because the future's so bright, you got to wear shades. However, no need for the umbrella today. That's going to change tomorrow. Lacing up for that jog or that run. Make sure to get those layers on as well as temps stay cold this morning. Back to you.
From the Live Center this morning, we're taking you live to Macon, Georgia for the final day of early voting. It's set to get underway in about the next 30 minutes or so. Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and former President Trump-backed Republican challenger Herschel Walker are vying for that last Senate seat. Now, so far, more than 1.1 million people have cast their ballots early, breaking the state's single-day early voting record on Monday with more than 300,000 ballots cast. Now, early voting does not give us who people are voting for, but current trend lines look similar to 2021. Perhaps the best way to track early voting numbers could be by looking at voter age and race turnout. In the general election last month, Warnock won 90% of black voters compared to Walker at 8%. And so far, in early voting, black voters make up nearly 33% of the electorate. At roughly the same time in the general election, about 31% of the vote was from black voters. So voters younger than 30 years old also voted for Warnock by 29 points in the primaries. So far, early voting electorate under age 30 is 7% of the vote compared to 6% in the state's primary at the same time. Let's take you live to Boston now, where later today, President Joe Biden will be at a Democratic fundraiser to raise money for Warnock's campaign. This race is far from over. Early voting turnout is almost always lower than the primary turnout. The official election day, next Tuesday, December 6th, we will bring you those updates on the races here at the Live Center as soon as they come in.
The Maryland Department of Transportation is revving up its toy drive. Still ahead, the few days you have to help give back to this important campaign.
And a Christmas tradition is back in Baltimore. Just ahead, how long you have to see the monument lights. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. This morning, we're hearing from Mayor Brandon Scott since he vetoed a controversial pension bill. Olivia Dance is joining us live from West Baltimore. Olivia, what is his reason?
Yeah, well, Taylor, as you mentioned, Mayor Scott decided to veto the pension eligibility bill. So Fox 45 News questioned him on his decision. The mayor says one of the reasons is that the bill has potential ethical issues. We also questioned him about Council President Nick Mosby, who sponsored the bill, and about comments that the mayor made on WBAL radio yesterday morning. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up in about 15 minutes, here are the mayor's answers to those questions. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Olivia. Happening today, Comptroller Peter Francho and Comptroller-elect Brooke Learman will be in downtown Baltimore to promote the Shop Maryland initiative and local businesses.
Right. The EPA is also expected to announce $15 million in funding for the Chesapeake Bay to help restore the Bay ecosystem.
And Baltimore County will hold a bus driver recruitment session in Cockeysville. Interested people are asked to apply online before you go to the event. All right, well, it is a chilly, or should we say cold, start to the morning.
Yeah. Take chilly out of your vernacular. It's not chilly. It's cold.
No more chilly.
Yeah.
Just
below
downright
freezing
cold.
is just straight up cold. By the way, I have to tell you both, ladies, I was at the DMV yesterday. It was actually, listen to this, a pleasurable experience.
I don't know if I've ever heard that.
Never heard that in a sentence before. Yeah. Pleasurable and DMV.
I gotta tell you, man, the MVA, they have it. You get your appointment, you do the thing, you say, I'm here, boom, little thing comes up. Everybody was nice. It was like, I was like, wow, what is going on?
Maybe it's the holidays.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Something
in the air.
Something in the air for sure. It is cold. There's no doubt about it, guys, as we take a look right now. You know what? I'm going to step out. Please take a moment to take a look at this awesome shot right now that they've dialed up in the back. Taxi, our water taxi right across the Inner Harbor this morning, and really pretty conditions here. The sun comes up a little bit after 7 o'clock, so we're still waiting on the sun to pop up over the eastern shore, but only 24. That's your current temperature. Not much wind to speak of at this time. Overall, as you get the kids back to school for your Friday, beep, beep, on your bus stop forecast, make sure they are dressed up from head to toe and all layered up. Now, upper 40s by noon, and they'll be able to peel back some of those layers later this afternoon with temperatures in the upper 40s and even some lower 50s. So temps will actually be warmer today with less wind. That's good news for golfers on your forecast. More than likely going to see some frost delays out there with temps in the 30s this morning, but upper 40s through the afternoon and into the lower 50s later today as well. And check out some of these numbers for Westminster, Cockeysville, Bel Air in the mid to upper 40s, 48 in Columbia, 50 in Laurel, 51 your high today in Baltimore City. Great evening for some s'mores by the fire pit. This is your s'mores cast with temperatures in the 40s through 6 p.m. and dropping into the lower 40s by 7 and 8 o'clock. So bundle up if you're heading out there. If you want to get the cars cleaned up, you can do that today in your car wash cast, but I do have that red light special for you tomorrow. That is on Saturday because we are tracking more of that rain coming in. Now, as we take you on your future scan, you can see how nice and dry we are today. Increasing cloud cover tonight. Here's the rain. This is tomorrow morning as you wake up on your Saturday. That rain stays with us off and on through midday. Cold front coming through. We'll get the wind out ahead of that, so it will be more mild conditions. And then even late tomorrow afternoon, about 2, 3 o'clock, still a few leftover showers as that front slides to the east. We're drier but colder on Sunday, and we do stay dry for the Mayor's Christmas Parade in Hamden and for the Ravens game and all the other great activities taking place as we get into the holiday season. So 51 today, lower 60s tomorrow, then only upper 40s on Sunday. We're back to the 50s next week, and we're tracking some more rain as well. Back to you.
All right, now let's go ahead and check the Len Stoller traffic network. We do have a crash we need to tell you about on 95 southbound near Canton Avenue. Traffic is backing up there, but things seem to be moving a little bit better than we saw earlier today. The shoulder was blocked. I'm not seeing that right now on our screen, but we'll keep you updated. All right, we're getting into the holiday spirit this morning, and the Maryland Department of Transportation is ramping up its toy drive. Get ready to see more of these guys out on the roads. Officers will collect new toys next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at key points across Maryland. It's the 33rd straight year they've done this. They're organizing the event and collecting over 160,000 toys in this event's history. For specific drop-off locations, go over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
And speaking of toys and gifts, it is that time. Oh my goodness. Our next gift in our countdown to Christmas giveaway. This is actually the first one I'm opening, so I'm really excited.
Here we go.
And this is a big one. I might. Let's see.
Justin wants to help.
I'm going to go in. I'm just going to tear into it. I'm not really one of those gift openers that tries to make it, you know, keep the wrapping paper intact. Just got to go in. And I'm going to have to get up there for you. All right.
I don't know.
don't think it's a mattress.
Okay.
Oh, it's a spa.
Oh,
what is this?
there it is.
Oh my gosh, a spa.
All right.
Some sort. Let's see.
This
All right.
is a
Turn it up on
soft
its side.
spa electronic
bidet.
Yeah, so you can see
Toilet.
it.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, let's show folks. Here, let's flip it
Here
up
we
and
go.
show them the front side of it.
There it is.
There you go.
Right.
It includes front and rear cleaning cycles along with adjustable dryer speeds. The seat also includes adjustable temperature controls. This bidet is valued at $400.
Oh my goodness.
We're giving it away for free.
All right,
so
good deal.
Now, this would be their time to call in
Yes.
because the number on your screen you see there, 410-481-4545. Caller number 10 is going to take home this bidet.
Good luck.
If I don't first.
Exactly. Oh, man.
All right. The Ravens bouncing back to action after suffering a loss against the Jaguars. Patrice Sanders lets us know her football picks in this week's Pigskins.
And take part in a 45th Christmas Street celebration. Be More Lifestyle Mark Clark is on yet another sweet gig, and yes, it involves more candy. And if a sugar rush isn't doing the trick this morning, how about more coffee?
Time for coffee break.
Stocks are down to start the month of December. The Dow dropped 194 points. The S&P slipped 3 points, while the Nasdaq added just 14 points.
Today, investors are preparing for the official jobs numbers to come out and the Federal Reserve's potential response regarding future rate hikes.
A gouge the Federal Reserve uses to track inflation is easing. According to the Commerce Department, prices rose 6% in October year over year. That's down from a 6.3% year over year rise in September. That likely reinforces the importance of more rate increases, even as hikes might moderate some.
Thus, it makes sense to moderate the pace of our rate increases as we approach the level of restraint that will be sufficient to bring inflation down. The time for moderating the pace of rate increases may come as soon as the December meeting.
The report relies on a gauge that excludes volatile food and energy prices, some of the main drivers of today's inflation. It also shows Americans are struggling to keep up. The savings rate in October fell 2.3%, the lowest in 15 years.
The collapse of crypto exchange FTX lost billions of dollars in just a matter of days.
That's right. Customers lost the money they invested, for some, their life savings. And now Congress is stepping in to impose regulations on cryptocurrency to stop this from happening again.
National correspondent Atra El-Nashar spoke to some of the lawmakers on Capitol Hill leading the charge.
I'm deeply sorry about what happened.
Words from FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried that can't make up for the damage caused by the collapse of a company once worth $32 billion. The 30-year-old former CEO now the subject of civil and criminal investigations for allegedly lending his customers funds to Alameda Research, a hedge fund he also founded. Bankman-Fried claims he didn't know about the commingling of funds.
Obviously, that's a pretty big mistake on Mark. That's a pretty big oversight.
As FTX's token, FTT, plummeted in value and customers pulled out, it became clear FTX did not keep enough money on hand to allow everyone to cash out.
What he did was obviously criminal.
How did government regulators not see this coming? The head of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission explains they don't have the statutory authority to regulate cash digital commodity markets.
The fraud that we are able to prosecute is likely a fraction of what exists in the shadows.
Adding the bipartisan legislation introduced by leaders of the Senate Agriculture Committee in August, the Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act, would have prohibited what happened at FTX.
Sam Bankman-Fried, welcome.
Back in February, the committee sought Bankman-Fried's insight and expertise when crafting the bill. No coincidence, he's given thousands in political contributions to campaigns of or aligned with some of the committee members, both Democrats and Republicans.
I wouldn't be surprised to find that he donated to me. He could have.
He did. I checked.
Well, having said that, not knowing it personally is a suggestion that he was all over the park. This billionaire was funding every campaign he could think of.
Some now reportedly donating the money to charity, distancing themselves from the tainted reputation of Bankman-Fried and FTX while scrambling to fill in regulatory gaps that could allow this to happen again. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra El-Nashar for the National Desk, America's News Now.
Apple CEO Tim Cook heads to Capitol Hill. According to a Bloomberg report, Cook met with Republican lawmakers Jim Jordan and Kathy McNorris to forge ties with incoming party leaders. Both Jordan and McNorris are expected to chair the committees overseeing the tech industry.
The visit comes at a difficult time for Apple. Facebook and Spotify CEOs are among those who've blasted the company's app store recently, calling it monopolistic. Twitter CEO Elon Musk is saying the same.
And speaking of Musk, Twitter has suspended Kanye West's account again, just 2 months after it was reinstated.
Kanye was suspended after a post on his account appeared to show an image of a swastika inside the Star of David. Musk cited incitement to violence as the reason for Kanye's suspension. It's not clear how long the suspension is going to last.
Mayor Scott decided to veto the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're questioning the mayor on his decision.
Months after a sinkhole destroyed several homes in East Baltimore, one man says he's not getting any help from the city. Why the mayor's office told him it will not reimburse him for any of those damages.
Temperatures are cold this morning, but we have good news ahead later today, and we'll track your game day forecast. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's roll.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium right now, where the Ravens are going to face off against the Denver Broncos this Sunday.
And we want to see your purple pride, so chime in with your photos to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. And happy Purple Friday to you.
Happy Friday.
It's
yes.
December 2nd, right? We're 2 days into the month. I'm Taylor Stewart.
And I'm Shannon Lilly.
And I'm excited to talk about hopefully warmer weather. But I know that's not happening. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our freezing forecast.
Yeah, well, we're below freezing this morning. Good morning, ladies. But this afternoon, it actually will be warmer. We'll see numbers here that'll be in the lower 50s today as opposed to those 40s that we saw yesterday. But yeah, it is definitely frosty as you make your way out right now as we take a look. I love how the stadium's lit up in that kind of green and red for the holiday season as we are smack dab in the middle of it right now. Check out these 20s for Rosedale. Dundalk at 26, Essex Middle River at 24, currently 25 in Woodlawn, Owings Mills at 24 as well. So a cold Friday morning. We do have a milder afternoon on the way today with less wind, and then that rain is coming in for tomorrow. So some wet weather for part of your weekend. Mr. Bo says get the heaters flowing this morning. Temperature staying in the 20s for the next couple of hours. We don't even get to above freezing until after 9 o'clock. And we're on our way to highs in the upper 40s and lower 50s across the board for the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll time out when that rain will impact you and what we can expect for the game as well.
Now let's head over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are getting reports of an incident in Owings Mill. This is on 795 southbound after Franklin Boulevard. The right lane and shoulder blocked there. Traffic barely moving from our vantage point. Just keep that in mind as you head out on the roads this morning.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis and the fallout from the veto of the Baltimore City Council pension bill.
That legislation would have reduced eligibility for the council's own lifetime payments from 12 to 8 years.
Fox 45 News is questioning Mayor Brandon Scott about his confidence in City Council President Nick Mosby and his comments on WBAL radio.
Olivia Dance is with us live this morning. Olivia, what is the mayor saying?
Well, Taylor, as you mentioned, Mayor Scott decided to veto the pension eligibility bill. So Fox 45 News questioned him on his decision. And while he didn't give us much time, we were able to get some answers. Take a listen.
Why the veto, Mr. Mayor?
Hey, listen, like I said earlier, and you seen the letter, Keith. I saw you did a very detailed story. Watch yourself. A detailed story yesterday. We have to, when you're elected official, you have to do your oath the way we say. And this is about making sure that we do this the right way. And this, the appearance of impropriety, the understanding that it doesn't impact those who are elected right now. We just need to do these things the right way, and this wasn't the right way.
The mayor saying the bill had potential ethical issues, a bill sponsored by Council President Nick Mosby, who has had his own issues involving ethics, including allegations from the Baltimore City Board of Ethics concerning a fundraising campaign that investigators say was established to pay for private legal expenses by Mosby and his wife, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. So Fox 45's Keith Daniels pressed the mayor on if all of this has him questioning Mosby's leadership.
We have a board of ethics for a reason, Keith. They determine when folks are violating the ethics rules and ethics codes, not you, not me, and they will do that. Thank you.
The bill would have reduced pension eligibility for elected leaders from 12 years to just 8 years of service. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly passing Question K, which puts term limits on some city leaders. Mayor Scott walked away before we could ask him about a comment he made on WBAL radio yesterday morning.
Long before a media mogul decided to get involved in term limits, I voted for term limits on the council twice.
Now, we emailed the mayor's office asking what he was trying to insinuate about the leadership at Fox 45 News with that statement that you just heard, especially given that it was voters who overwhelmingly passed Question K. So far, though, we haven't heard back. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. The next city council meeting is on Monday, and it's not clear if Nick Mosby will call a vote to try to override the mayor's veto, but so far he doesn't have the votes to do so. In fact, Councilman Eric Costello and Mark Conway, who abstained, tell Fox 45 News they won't support an override. That would leave Mosby at least 2 votes shy of the 10 that's needed. That is if he even tries to override the veto.
We want to take a look at how fast this bill has made it through council. It took about 3 weeks, from when Nick Mosby introduced it to its final passage. The first vote happened on November 3rd when council passed that bill that just 5 days before voters headed to the polls for Question K. And they answered and made their voice heard on term limits. Now, the night before Election Day, the full council advanced that bill with 9 yeses and 2 nos. It was the most support it's ever gotten.
The final vote came last Monday when support started falling. Only 8 yes votes. Many people in the community are raising concerns about just how fast this all happened.
This was an easy choice for the public to understand why it was so irresponsible for the city council to race this through. And once the ethics opinion was there, giving the mayor the ammunition he needed, this was just something that I think Nick Mosby didn't think was going to pass. They tried to push it through too quickly, and he overreached.
The mayor must be commended. Those that voted against the pension plan, we commend them. And those that voted for it, well, your days might be numbered.
Well, for comparison, a new ordinance cracking down on illegal dirt bike riding and stunt driving took more than 6 weeks to get a final decision from the mayor. Bills targeting gun violence in 2020 took nearly 3 months to get a final vote.
We want to hear from you. Do you think City Council makes decisions with your best interest in mind? So far, 98% of voters say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Well, some are questioning the motives of the pension plan. Democratic Council member Z. Cohen says it comes off as, quote, self-dealing. Republican political commentator Europe C. Morgan echoed that concern.
City Council president is elected to be on the City Council, of course, to preside over the City Council, but he does so for the benefit of the voters. And look, this all stemmed from the issue with Question K, which limited the amount of times that a person can run for office, so 8 years instead of having, the 2 terms instead of what it had been. And that, I think, was a huge signal to the politicians in Baltimore City that residents wanted term limits. And I think the City Council president's response to that with this bill has been incredibly controversial.
In his inauguration speech almost 2 years ago, the City Council president spoke against politicians pushing self-serving legislation in the past.
We all know that too often petty personal agendas and debilitating short-sightedness has all too often characterized our city politics and created government that produces good headlines for the Baltimore Sun, but entertaining chatter on social media, but not enough progress for our city.
Fox 45 News will continue to hold your elected leaders accountable. You can find all of our reporting on the pension bill on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Developing now, the death count continues to grow. Yesterday saw a pair of deadly shootings, bringing the city's homicide total to 310 just this year. The most recent happening last night around 8. Police say a woman was shot along Park Heights Avenue. She was taken to Sinai Hospital, where she died. And yesterday morning, a 36-year-old man is shot and killed in East Baltimore. Police say he was shot on Monument Street near Pulaski Highway. Anyone with any information on either shooting is asked to call police or the Metro Crime Stoppers.
Baltimore residents are still looking for accountability from city leaders 5 months after a sinkhole destroyed several homes in East Baltimore. The city is denying one man's claim for damages despite the collapse of a 115-year-old storm drain that led to that sinkhole in the first place. The refusal for reimbursement coming straight from the mayor's office. The city claims there needed to be prior knowledge of the problem.
How do I know that there's a pipe running underneath the properties? I don't know that. So if I had x-ray vision or see through the ground or could see the future, possibly, yeah, I could have let you know. But that's just unbelievable.
Quentin Bell says he's still paying his mortgage on his home that no longer exists. But the families affected plan to appeal the city's decision in court. In the past year alone, the city has reported at least 3 major sinkholes, all due to aging infrastructure.
From the Live Center this morning, we are taking you live to the White House as we wait on the last federal jobs report we will get this year. It's set to be released at 8:30 this morning, and analysts are expecting it to show around 200,000 jobs were added in November. Now, in a typical economy, that would be considered a very good number, but in this case, it would be a 30% decline from the 261,000 jobs that were added in October. Now, going back over the last year, it would also be the smallest number of jobs added since the December 2021 report, but job numbers have beat analyst forecasts in all but 3 months over the last year. So we're going to have to see how this morning's report plays out. 2022 is on pace to be the second best year on record for hiring. It's right behind 2021, which saw big growth as vaccines rolled out and the pandemic started to ease. Well, Wall Street will also be watching this morning's job report, as will the Fed, as it weighs the next round of rate hikes. Right now, the Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ are all trending lower as investors wait for that report to drop at 8:30. We're going to have it for you as soon as it's out.
All right, a little chilly on Wall Street and a little chilly, as I've been told not to use that word because it is freezing. It's very cold this morning. Let's check on your forecast with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
I mean, you can use the word if you'd like, Taylor. I'm just saying, you know.
It doesn't fully encompass. I get what you're saying. It doesn't fully encompass how cold it is.
Yeah, because chilly to me, and it's like, 30s, maybe some lower 40s, kind of a chill in the air. But cold is below freezing, which is where we are right now. We've got nice, clear conditions here from our Towson camera as that sun coming up in just a few moments from right now. Yeah, check out these numbers, though. 24 in Owings Mills, 22 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 23 in Joppatown, and mid-20s in Brooklyn Park. Some of these numbers are about 8 to 10 degrees colder than yesterday morning. So that's why we're talking about the cold start to your day. But the good news is we will warm up later this afternoon, and actually we'll have a pretty nice day ahead for your Friday. You'll need sunglasses, definitely the jacket and the hat this morning. No need for the umbrella today, but that's a different story tomorrow as rain returns to the area. I'm going to break that down for you in my hour-by-hour forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thanks, Justin. Now we want to get over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network, and we are getting reports of an incident in Owings Mill. Take a look at that. This is on 795 southbound after Franklin Boulevard. You can see the right lane and shoulder are blocked, and traffic is moving really slowly. See that red and car just inching along. So be sure to give yourself extra time if you're heading out this morning. Well, here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Another gun found inside a Baltimore City high school. Why one policy expert says school resource officers aren't equipped to protect.
And a drug trafficking ring leads to a murder plot in Baltimore. What you need to know about the suspects police are searching for. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
I couldn't, in good conscience, sign that bill into law. It's my job to make a decision that is in the best interest of the city and the residents, period, which is why I decided to veto the bill.
Mayor Vernon Scott striking down a controversial pension bill that would have reduced the number of years city council members and other elected leaders needed to serve to receive a pension from 12 years to 8 years. The bill was fast-tracked and approved by city council after voters approved term limits on the November ballot. Well, ahead of the mayor's veto, the city's ethics board calling city council's approval of the bill a conflict of interest. Adam Andrzejewski, CEO and founder of OpenTheBooks.com, is joining us live now to weigh in on all of this. Adam, good morning.
Good morning, Shannon.
Talk about that. It's a conflict of interest. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we're always looking if public policy serves the self-interest, the private interest of politicians, or the public interest. This one was a no-brainer. This was embarrassing public policy. For example, at OpenTheBooks.com, our auditors crunched the numbers. If the city council would have been able to receive a pension after only 8 years of public service, each of them would have invested in their own pension about 30 grand. But they would have received a benefit of nearly $500,000 if they would have taken that pension at age 50 to life expectancy. This was a clear case of self-dealing. The ethics board weighed in on that. It could have, if the mayor had signed the bill, the ethics board could have gone to a court to get it vacated anyway. At the end of the day, this is a victory for the people and the press right there in Baltimore to stop this bad piece of public policy.
And especially for the taxpayers, right? Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, politicians, they only make decisions because of two reasons: money and votes. So when the people, the public sector unions like the police union, the full-time employees in Baltimore, the press like FOX45, when everybody collectively raised their voice, they brought the heat, and Mayor Brandon Scott, he saw the light, and thankfully he vetoed that bill. This would have been this would have been further embarrassment for the city council. Look, I think a real loser here is the president of city council, Nick Mosby, because wife's indicted as the state's attorney, and now this is the second time the people have shot down. They instituted the term limits on the city council. They're not happy with the leadership, and now they rose their voice, and the mayor vetoed, giving the city council incredibly lucrative and more benefits in retirement.
And this also comes, Adam, after the city council and city council president Nick Mosby and the mayor all got recent pay bumps. Can you elaborate on those raises they received and just the thought of if this passed with those raises that they just received?
So this is part-time work on the city council, and they already do very well. They make $77,000 a year. Nick Mosby makes $132,000 a year. They gave themselves pay raises in 2022. So they were coming back after voters said, hey, enough, we're going to term limit you guys to 2 terms, 8 years. Their current pension would kick in after 12 years, and they wanted to give both themselves benefits, both themselves lifetime pension payouts, a golden parachute. And thankfully on this one, the mayor stopped.
All right, Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com. Thank you so much for weighing in. We appreciate your insight.
Thank you.
Well, now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because it is a cold morning. But, Justin, you're saying it might get a little warmer, we hope?
Actually, today is going to be pretty nice, ladies. We're talking about numbers that'll be warmer than yesterday, a little less of that blustery wind that we saw as well. And overall, lots of sunshine. So you can see our weather headlines as that sun is lighting things up over my Charm City tanks right now. 24 now, but we're going to double that number and add 3 here to get to 51 for our high today. I can't believe how quickly I just did that math in my head. I'm pretty proud of myself. A milder afternoon ahead. We are, however, tracking rain for your Saturday. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they are bundled up and ready to go, especially if they're standing outside next couple of hours. We're talking about the 20s, upper 40s, though, by noon and into the lower 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour when you pick them up later today. So any kind of outdoor plans you have, or maybe indoor plans, if you're going to be shopping there at Towson Town Center, we're talking about upper 20s next hour. Heading into the noon hour, we'll be in the mid to upper 40s, and we only got to the mid 40s yesterday, so already warmer by noon and on our way into some lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, a pretty nice Friday is on the way. Average high this time of year is 52, so we're going to be a lot closer to that number, at least for some of us, into the later part of the day today. 49 in Dundalk, Towson at 47, 47 in Reisterstown and Cockeysville, and same number for you there in Eldersburg in Carroll County. Numbers up and down the 95 corridor, colder to the north. New York and Philly in the mid to upper 40s with lower 50s for Baltimore and D.C., even mid 50s if you're heading out into Ocean City down the ocean. How about the Ravens cast? The Broncos in town this weekend. Russell Wilson and crew. 46 by the kickoff, and we'll be in the upper 40s by about halftime. The good news is not a lot of wind expected on Sunday. It's going to be cold and dry, but you'll definitely want to bundle up with temps staying in the 40s. Your outdoors cast today looking good. Tomorrow, not so much because that rain is rolling in. Let me show it to you here on your future scan. We're staying dry today, increasing clouds late tonight. Here comes the rain. This is about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Off and on showers through the middle part of the day tomorrow, and even tomorrow afternoon, a few leftover showers as that cold front passes through, but you can see we're all dry on Sunday. Shout out to Sandy. Look closely. That is Trey, the dog, excited for Santa. I love that little head bob to the side. So thank you, Sandy, for sending me that picture. Great holiday pet pics. Keep them coming, y'all. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, so today it's Ravens. It's Purple Friday. I have the Ravens tie, if you can see real closely here. And I've got Oriole socks on because 4 months from now, we're going to be talking about opening day at Camden Yards. I'm excited. 51 today, 61 tomorrow, upper 40s on Sunday.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work. Now it's time for our job of the day. St. Vincent de Paul of Baltimore is looking to hire a program assistant. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
We are still following a close runoff in Georgia. What the early numbers are telling us just ahead from the Live Center.
And we're in Aberdeen. It's the 45th annual Christmas tree celebration, and our superstars, King Candy and Lollipop, will talk about what's going on this weekend. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Well, it is so Baltimore. Our neighbors all over the state are inviting you to celebrate the holidays.
The 45th annual Christmas street celebration is happening tomorrow. Be More Lifestyle host is live in Aberdeen with what we can expect. Good morning, Mark.
Oh, well, the celebrities are here. Lolly is here. King Candy is here. Megan from Visit Harford County. It's all going down. So tell us, Lolly, what's going on this weekend?
This weekend is Aberdeen's 45th Christmas street celebration. So we're all out. Our theme is Christmas in Candyland. As you see, we've got some characters are going to be here. We have a lot of downtown businesses that have been with us for years that participate. Frank's Pizza, Scoops. We have our own German restaurant who's going to be on board with some great food. So we have a lot here that people can come to Aberdeen and spend the whole day.
Now, if you notice, Lolly and the King are matching, but I'll leave that alone. What's going on here, King Candy? Megan, tell us about what's going on out here.
Yeah, we're going to have a wonderful all-day event here in Aberdeen. You can enjoy the Christmas tree lighting, the Festival of Trees, but that's not all we have going on in Harford County. You can go to visitharford.com. We have a full events calendar of everything going on this entire holiday season in Harford County. There's something you can do every weekend, multiple things you can do every
Multiple
weekend.
things to do. Again, this is remember, this is the reign of King Candy. So, as long as you have some Milk Duds, Reese's Cup, you'll be okay here in Harford. And of course, Lolly Pop. And then we won't talk about the rumors between these two. We'll just keep it quiet. It's going down Saturday, guys. A great time.
All right.
So much fun. Reese's Cups, Mark, you're speaking my language.
We have more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com, if you'd like to get in on the fun and the action there in Aberdeen.
Well, a dry day ahead, but that's not going to last for long. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the rain returns in his full weather authority forecast.
Another gun was found at a Baltimore City school. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, an expert weighs in on the impact that this disturbing trend could be having on students.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Thanks so much for being here with us on this Friday, December 2nd. I'm Shannon Lilly.
And I'm Taylor Stewart. It is cold outside today, but apparently it's going to warm up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. Shannon, good morning to all of you as well. Purple Friday as we're getting set for the Ravens home game on Sunday, trying to get back in the win column against the Broncos. So we'll take a look at those numbers here. And right now, really pretty shot from our Towson camera with that sun that is nice and bright in the sky. Not a lot of wind. And today we'll actually see numbers that will be warmer. But it's cold statewide right now. All of us are below freezing from Annapolis to Laurel, all the way up to Cumberland, all the way across to Elkton, all the way down toward the eastern shore. All of us are in the 20s or lower 30s. 28 next hour, and then finally above freezing by 9 a.m. and grab a warm cup of joe and enjoy that with us here as you get live and local all the way through 9 o'clock this morning. 51 today. We're at 61 tomorrow, but we have rain to get through, and then Sunday will be drier but colder as well. Going to break down this forecast a bit more in detail in my full forecast over on that green wall in a few minutes from right now.
Thanks, Justin. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Another gun found at a Baltimore City public school.
We're now outpacing the number of guns in schools found this year compared to last year.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from the high school with a closer look at this disturbing trend. Olivia?
Yeah, Shannon and Taylor, that gun was found yesterday right here on the grounds at Carver High, but the crisis was averted after students say the gun never actually made it inside of the school because of a metal detector. But guns in or around Baltimore City schools is an ongoing problem, with 7 others found this year alone. You remember back in September, a 10th grader was shot and killed outside of Mervo High School. Now, Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute says more needs to be done than just relying on metal detectors.
At the end of the day, no metal detector is going to stop everybody trying to get in there with a gun. If you have the will, you will find the way. Oftentimes, if you're an athlete, you can get access to the locker rooms through a different side of campus where you're not actually on the main campus, but you can also get from main campus to the locker rooms.
Kennedy pointing out gaps in security could bring guns from the street into the classroom. Beyond that, he says the bigger issue is that the unarmed Baltimore City school resource officers are literally outgunned.
The students have taken note of that. They know that the security guards, aka school resource officers, aren't real police, and they treat them as such.
And after yesterday's incident, police tell us that 2 students were taken into custody. Back to you.
Now, guns in Baltimore City schools, it's become a disturbing trend, Olivia. What does Sean Kennedy say the impact could be on students who are just in the classroom trying to learn?
Yeah, Taylor, it really has. And we asked Sean Kennedy about that. Take a listen to what he said.
How many kids aren't going to show up to school for the next 2 weeks until Christmas because they're like, I don't want to get shot?
And Kennedy says that the incident like yesterday and the 7 others this year could have a lasting impact on students. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. An international drug trafficking ring right here in Baltimore leads to a plot to kill.
And here's Alexa Ashwell with this week's Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say this man, who for years trafficked cocaine in and out of Baltimore, tried to hire a drug organization to kill his brother's murderer. But that's not who the U.S. Marshal Service is looking for. Agents now searching for this man's wife, who is also wanted in this murder-for-hire plot. Baltimore, summer 2019. An international drug trafficking ring is being investigated by undercover agents.
They were involved in trafficking narcotics throughout the eastern seaboard.
Investigators detailing the organization was distributing kilogram quantities of cocaine brought into the United States, including Baltimore, from Guatemala. One of the dealers, based here in the city, identified by the U.S. Marshal Service as Rudy Aldonado Chavez. According to investigators, while conducting an undercover operation, agents realized Aldonado Chavez was after more than money and drugs from the Guatemalan drug organization.
Agents set up an undercover buy. During the undercover buy, this individual approached the organization. He attempted to sell them a kilo of cocaine. During the transaction, he also attempted to solicit the organization to murder an individual from Guatemala.
That individual, investigators say, the man who killed Aldonado Chavez's brother. the murder for hire, a plot for revenge. Arundel Chavez is arrested and is currently serving an 8-year sentence in federal prison for his role in the plot and for distribution of cocaine. The search now turning to his wife.
During the course of the investigation, they revealed that she was intimately involved with the murder for hire conspiracy.
The U.S. Marshal Service identifying the wife as 36-year-old Jessica Orazo Rosa, who has been on the run for more than a year.
A lot of the details for the case are sealed, but ultimately, when the United States Marshal Service gets a warrant, all we care is that we get our individual.
Drug trafficking investigators say a major problem in cities across the country, including here in Baltimore. The U.S. Marshal Service pointing out violence often follows the illegal activity, including plots like murder for hire.
Drug trafficking is a huge problem that we're seeing in Baltimore City and around the country. Where there's drugs, there's often guns, and that's what's creating a lot of this violent crime.
A couple accused in a plot to kill, and the wife still on the run.
Anytime an individual is willing to plot with another individual to kill someone, there is no more compass there.
Take a good look. Orazo Rosa stands at about 4'11", 5'1", again 36 years old. Investigators say she has significant ties to Baltimore City, but may have fled to Guatemala. So if you have any information into her whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly. The number right here, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
From the Live Center this morning, taking you live to Macon, Georgia, where the final day of early voting is set to get underway in the Senate runoff race between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker. So far, more than 1.1 million people have cast their ballots early, breaking the state's single-day early voting record on Monday with more than 300,000 ballots cast. Now, early voting does not give us who people are voting for, but current trend lines look similar to that of 2021. Perhaps the best way to track early voting numbers could be looking at voter age and race turnout. In the general election last month, Warnock won 90% of black voters compared to Walker at 8%. So far, in early voting, black voters make up about 33% of the electorate. At roughly the same time in the general election, about 31% of the vote was from black voters. Voters younger than 30 years old voted for Warnock by 29 points in the primaries. So far, early voting electorate is under 30 is 7% of the vote compared to 6% in the state's primary at the same time. Now, let's take you live to Boston now, where later today, President Joe Biden will be at a Democratic fundraiser to raise money for Warnock's campaign. This race, far from over. Early voting turnout is almost always lower than the primaries. We'll keep our eyes on this with Election Day next Tuesday, December 6th. We'll have the updates here for you at the Live Center. Shannon?
Mayor Brandon Scott defends his decision to veto the Baltimore City Council's new pension plan, his comments on ethical issues with the council president, and another group he's targeting.
And health officials continue to warn about a triple endemic as pediatric hospitalizations rise across the country. We'll speak with a doctor on what you need to do to keep your family safe this holiday season.
But first, bundle up because it is another cold morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know if we can expect a little bit of a warm up, plus the rain that's heading our way just in time for the weekend. It's 7:39. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:41 is your time. We're 19 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. It is Friday morning on our Purple Friday, getting set for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Overall in Towson right now, looking nice. We've got a lot of sunshine. It is definitely still cold. You'll need your jacket and a hat, some gloves, and sunglasses too, because it is bright. No umbrella needed today, but different story for tomorrow. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Make sure you layer up, with temps eventually getting above freezing by 9 a.m.
And with these cold temps, we are counting down to Christmas this morning. We've already opened one gift. We'll keep watching Fox 45 News for your second chance to call in and win one of our amazing prizes. Plus, an annual tradition lighting up Baltimore. Look at that. After the break, we take you to the Mount Vernon tree lighting. It's 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, as we head towards Christmas time, health officials are warning people about the triple endemic, the flu, COVID, and RSV. This comes as the country grapples with a surge in pediatric hospitalizations due to the flu and COVID and RSV. Now, joining me live this morning to talk about how to keep yourself and your loved ones safe, Dr. James Campbell, pediatric professor at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. Good morning.
Good morning, Taylor.
Now, we've got 3 different viruses that are coming together in peak season. What do you recommend parents do to keep their children safe in the midst of this?
Well, I mean, number one thing is vaccines. So for 2 of them, we have vaccines, right? So for both COVID and for the influenza virus. And vaccine is the number one way to protect your children, yourself. We also have treatment for these viruses. So if someone gets sick, despite being vaccinated, they can be treated. Get in touch with your doctor right away.
Now, what if your child is not vaccinated and they get sick with either the flu or COVID? What should they be doing if they're not vaccinated? Should they go get treatment? How long should they wait until they get a vaccine?
Yeah, I mean, vaccinate now. We've already seen a big surge. A lot of the hospitals in the area and around the country are full or nearly full, especially the beds that take care of the sickest children. So the number one way, as I said, you want to make sure you're doing things like vaccinating. If people are sick, staying away from work, school, and daycare, washing hands, respiratory etiquette, as we call it, like sneezing into your arm, and all of those things can help to prevent these viruses. But vaccinate now. It's already late because the season is high. So vaccinate.
That's right. The CDC has us in that high range. I just checked. But we've all relaxed with the masking. Would this be a time to consider that, considering what we're seeing with these viruses and how they're spreading concurrently?
Yeah, we know back when we were masking for COVID, we were doing it specifically for COVID-19, but it led to a decrease in all the other wintertime respiratory viruses as well, like influenza and RSV. And that's probably why we're having such a surge now, is we have this, what we call like an immunity debt. We had all this time where people were not getting infected, and now they're kind of, society is open and people aren't masking as much. So, yeah, I think when you're in places where you're together with other people in crowds, it is a good time to mask, especially. And if you're ill, as I said, stay away. But if you can't stay away, masking helps to prevent spread it to other people as well.
All right. Dr. James Campbell, professor of pediatrics at the University of Maryland. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our weather today. It's very chilly, is
Very
not the
cold.
right way to say it. It's very freezing, but it's going to get better. Going to get better?
Below freezing.
But
It's not what we want to hear. but-
Below freezing. Doesn't it all feel the same, though? Like, once it hits that range, it's just freezing. It's
just
freezing
cold.
outside.
Downright cold.
That's the whole thing. I mean, however you say it, it's just cold. That's what it is. And that's what we've seen all morning. Dry, too. I know that the hands are needing extra lotion over the last couple of days as we continue to dry out. We're going to get some more moisture with some more rain on the way for tomorrow. We actually will be warmer a little bit later today and tomorrow. Oh, boy, I just looked over. We've got poinsettias in the studio. Oh, boy. It is definitely the holiday season. I'm excited about that. Of course, our countdown to Christmas continues. Another chance for you to win, I believe, in the 8 o'clock hour. 24. That's your temperature right now at BWI. No wind to speak of at this time. And Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around. Well, our average this time of year in the lower 50s. We're going to be closer to that number later this afternoon. So overall today, less wind, a pretty nice Friday afternoon if you are going to be out and about getting some of that shopping done or the decorations put up, whatever you might be on, whatever's on your plate for today. Our high of 51, temperatures closer to average. Sun will be up until 4:44 this afternoon. Mid to upper 40s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 49 your temp today in Chestertown, 50 in Stevensville, across the Bay Bridge, 49 in Annapolis, and 51 in Baltimore City. Good evening for some fire pit s'mores action on your s'mores cast. We're talking about numbers in the 40s through 6 p.m. and dropping into the lower 40s through 7 and 8 o'clock tonight. So, good Friday night to hang with the family by the fire outside. Friday, we're going to see a green light for your car wash cast, but notice that red light, that's on Saturday because the rain is coming in. Now, luckily, the rain will be gone by the time the Ravens take the field on Sunday afternoon. It's just going to be a cold day at M&T Bank Stadium as the Broncos are in town. I call them the Donkeys because I grew up as a Raiders fan. So I do not like the Denver Broncos. So I really hope the Ravens beat the Broncos badly. That'll be very nice. Our future scan. Looking at your Friday afternoon. We're looking good. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, right about this time, 6, 7 o'clock, you're going to see those rain showers. Rain stays with us through most of the morning into the middle part of the afternoon, even late afternoon, a couple of leftover showers. Good day to hang indoors and watch the USA and our World Cup action right here on Fox 45. That game tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. So 51 today, 61 tomorrow, and then upper 40s on Sunday. We're back to the 50s next week. And next Friday, we could see snow.
There it is, Mount Vernon, a lot brighter this morning after the annual monument lighting. The Christmas tradition has been taking place for decades. Last night featured caroling, food, and fireworks. Organizers say the evening marks the official start to the holiday season. It's already that time of year.
Already. And whether it's going to a holiday event, putting up your own decorations, or baking some cookies, we want to see how you are celebrating this holiday. Send us your pictures and videos. You can do it on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or just use your Fox 45 mobile app. You can click the Explore tab and then chime in. Can fast food get any faster? By McDonald's. Oh my gosh, they say yes. I wish you wouldn't.
Interested to see that. Well, the Prince of Pop is exploring a new business venture, how Justin Bieber is making a splash in the world of water. And water was turned into wine, but we're turning it into coffee.
That's a good one. It's time for a coffee break. Trending now, McDonald's says it's not fast enough. They want to make fast food even faster.
If that's even possible,
Right.
But they're saying it is. The hamburger giant is testing a new concept that offers features like a food conveyor belt and a pickup area for deliveries.
The drive-thru of the future in Fort Worth, Texas is smaller than most McDonald's since it's specifically designed for to-go orders. There are labor-saving kiosks for takeout and parking spots for the mobile app for people who choose to do some curbside pickup. McDonald's hopes the design concept will help the restaurant pick up the pace and drive new burger business.
Well, Justin Bieber has teamed up with bottled water brand Generosity to create a water technology company which will provide premium drinking water in refillable fountains worldwide.
Generosity showcased the fountains this month at the World Cup. The fountains can connect to any water source, and the company says it will be found commercially and in homes next year.
Well, speaking of the World Cup, catch all the World Cup action right here on Fox 45 today, starting with South Korea taking on Portugal. Coverage begins at 9 a.m. Kickoff is at 10. Portugal is currently leading Group H with 6 points. Then coverage for Cameroon against Brazil starts at 1 p.m. Kickoff is at 2 p.m. Brazil is currently leading Group G with 6 points.
That's right. Big matchup here, only 1 day away for Team USA taking on the Netherlands tomorrow in the FIFA World Cup round 16. Coverage begins right here at 9 a.m. with kickoff at 10 o'clock. Of course, you can watch all of the action here on Fox 45.
Well, a dry day ahead, but that's not going to last for long. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when the rain is coming back in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Mayor Scott decided to veto the pension eligibility bill. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're questioning the mayor on his decision.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are taking a live look now from M&T Bank Stadium. This is where the Ravens will be taking on the Denver Broncos, and kickoff starts at 1 p.m. this Sunday.
And we need to see your Purple Pride right now, so be sure to chime in your photos on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Yes.
Good morning. It's Friday, guys. December 2nd. We're 2 days in the month. We're almost there. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Shannon Lilly. We made it. It's Friday.
We made it almost to the end of the year, guys.
Yeah,
let's be proud of that.
It's going to go so quick. But Justin, I need to talk to you because you mentioned a 4-letter word we don't like to hear around here.
Yeah. Some people don't like that word, snow. And yeah, there are some indications, ladies, that at the end of this upcoming week, or next week, I should say, about 7 days from right now, we could see some snow in the air.
First snowfall. Early. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's cold.
If it's on Christmas, I'm okay with that.
Right. It's cold right now. Let's take a look outside, guys, if we could. Our shot right now in Towson with those temperatures that are below freezing. If we had any moisture, we would be having a big old snowfall right now. We're actually going to get rain tomorrow, but we'll be warmer, so figure that one out. Look at these numbers. 20 in Rosedale. We've made it up to 28 in Dundalk, 27 in Baltimore, slowly getting those temperatures to climb a little bit with lower 20s in Glen Burnie out through Owings Mills as well. So you're out and about, Cass. 33 next hour. We're on our way to the 40s and even some lower 50s later this afternoon. So later today will be warmer than how we ended up yesterday. And overall, a pretty nice Friday afternoon. We're back with that full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Thanks, Justin. We begin this morning with a city in crisis and the fallout from the veto of the Baltimore City Council pension bill.
That legislation would have reduced eligibility for the council's own lifetime payments from 12 years to 8.
Fox 45 News is questioning Mayor Brandon Scott about his confidence in City Council President Nick Mosby and his comments on WBAL radio.
Olivia Dance is with us live this morning with the words from the mayor. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning. And yeah, as you mentioned, Mayor Scott decided to veto the pension eligibility bill. So Fox 45 News questioned him on his decision. And while he didn't give us much time, we were able to get some answers. Take a listen.
Why the veto, Mr. Mayor?
And listen, like I said earlier, and you seen the letter, Keith. I saw you did a very detailed story. Watch yourself. A detailed story yesterday. We have to, when you're elected official, you have to do your oath the way we say. And this is about making sure that we do this the right way. And this, the appearance of impropriety, the understanding that it doesn't impact those who are elected right now. We just need to do these things the right way, and this wasn't the right way.
The mayor saying the bill had potential ethical issues, a bill sponsored by Council President Nick Mosby, who has had his own issues involving ethics, including allegations from the Baltimore City Board of Ethics concerning a fundraising campaign that investigators say was established to pay for private legal expenses by Mosby and his wife, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. So Fox 45's Keith Daniels pressed the mayor on if all of this has him questioning Mosby's leadership.
We have a Board of Ethics for a reason, Keith. They determine when folks are violating the ethics rules and ethics codes, not you, not me, and they will do that. Thank you.
Now, the bill would have reduced pension eligibility for elected leaders from 12 years to just 8 years of service. Mosby saying the bill was a direct response to voters overwhelmingly passing Question K, which puts term limits on some city leaders. Mayor Scott walked away before we could ask him about a comment he made on WBAL radio yesterday morning.
Long before a media mogul decided to get involved in term limits, I voted for term limits on the council twice.
Now, we sent an email to the mayor's office asking what he was trying to insinuate about the leadership at Fox 45 News with that statement that you just heard, especially given it was voters who overwhelmingly passed Question K. So far, though, we haven't heard back. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. Well, the next city council meeting is on Monday, and it's not clear if Nick Mosby will call a vote to try to override the mayor's veto. But so far, he doesn't have the votes to do it. In fact, Councilman Eric Costello and Mark Conway, who abstained, tell Fox 45 News they won't support an override. That would leave Mosby at least 2 votes shy of the 10 that's needed. That's if he does try to override the veto in the first place.
Now, let's take a look at how fast this bill made it through council in the first place. It took about 3 weeks from when Nick Mosby introduced it to its final passage. And that first vote happened on November 3rd when a council committee advanced the pension bill. That was just 5 days before voters headed to the polls to make their voice heard on Question K. Now, the night before that, Election Day, the full council advanced the bill with 9 yeses and 2 noes. That is the most support it got.
The final vote came last Monday when support started falling, only 8 yes votes. Many people in the community are raising concerns about just how fast this all happened.
This was an easy choice for the public to understand why it was so irresponsible for the city council to race this through. And once the ethics opinion was there, giving the mayor the ammunition he needed, this was just something that I think Nick Mosby didn't think was going to pass. They tried to push it through too quickly, and he overreached.
The mayor must be commended. Those that voted against the pension plan, we commend them. And those that voted for it, well, your days might be numbered.
Now, for comparison, a new ordinance cracking down on illegal dirt bike riding and stunt driving took more than 6 weeks to get a final decision from the mayor. Bills targeting gun violence in 2020 took nearly 3 months to get a final vote.
We want to hear from you. Do you think the city council makes the decisions with your best interest in mind? So far, 99% of voters say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Yet another gun found at a Baltimore City public school. Just ahead, the concerning gaps in safety that could be putting students at risk.
Temperatures are cold this morning, no doubt about that. We'll be breaking down what we can expect later today and the rain that's on the way as well. And I think there's more presents coming.
The Senate voting to avert a devastating rail shutdown, but failed to pass a measure to guarantee workers paid sick time off.
National correspondent Atra El-Nashar joins us from Capitol Hill with how this all unfolded. Atra.
Hey, good morning. So the Senate yesterday voted on three things. First, there was a measure proposed by Alaska Republican Senator Dan Sullivan to send the unions and rail companies back to the negotiating table. That didn't work. That failed. But the biggest vote was to impose contract terms that were brokered with help from the Biden administration back in September that all but 4 unions ratified. That passed, meaning once President Biden puts his signature on it, which he says he will, a shutdown for rails is officially avoided. But finally, this really sticky point was on a measure that they also voted on to add 7 days of paid sick leave. That fell 8 votes short needed to pass. But this is where we saw a very unusual mix of inter-party mingling. This effort was championed in part by progressive Senator Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and they were joined with votes in favor from Republican Senators Mike Braun, Lindsey Graham, Josh Hawley, John Kennedy, Marco Rubio, and Ted Cruz. Now get this, Cruz actually walked up and gave Bernie Sanders a fist bump after his vote for what's probably the first and last time ever to happen. But moderate Senator Joe Manchin was the only Democrat to vote against sick time. Now, failure to pass this, certainly a major blow to the unions and their stakeholders who've been pushing for this not just since September, but for years.
Yeah, and Atra also knew President Biden says he would meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin if he's interested in ending his war in Ukraine. But how would this even happen?
Right. So how he explained this, it was during a joint press conference with French President Emmanuel Macron, and President Biden said that the only way for the war to end in a rational way is if Russia pulls out of Ukraine. But he acknowledged that there's no sign of that happening right now. Now, Biden says he has no immediate plans to contact Putin, and then he sort of said he wants to choose his words carefully and said is prepared to speak with him if Putin is looking for a way to end the war. The president adding that if Putin does indicate he's ready to do that, Biden would consult with NATO allies, which of course includes France, before any talks. But in the meantime, both Biden and Macron reiterated their continued support for Ukraine. And remember, Macron has been a key player in communication with Putin. He was in charge of overseeing the implementation of the Minsk agreements over the last several years. He was also one of the last NATO allies to try to talk Putin out of invading earlier this year. And he's still in contact with Putin, which he reiterated yesterday. But we've heard the White House say throughout this war, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Macron echoing that, saying it's only legitimate for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to set the conditions of any talks. Back to you.
All right, national correspondent Atra El-Nashar on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. We'll take part of the 45th Christmas Street celebration. Be More Lifestyle Mark Clark will be live in Aberdeen with how you can get into the holiday spirit.
And our countdown to Christmas continues this morning. Keep watching. You still have a chance to win one of our amazing prizes. Those gifts wrapped right there. Keep watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
You hear him on the radio mornings on 92Q, but today we're talking football, not music, so I'm feeling pretty good about my chances with these football picks. Kelson is my challenger for this week's Pigskin Predictions. Always good to see you, Kelson.
Good seeing you too, Patrice. And listen, be easy on me, okay? I've been slipping out football lately, so be easy.
Listen, I don't hand out favors around here. All right, let's get it started. Denver Broncos at Baltimore Ravens. I'm going to give you this one. This one's an easy one, so that's about as easy.
The home team, Ravens.
Of course. All right, I'm with you on this one. Home team, Ravens. We're bouncing back from that craziness last week, so... All right, and we're at home. We're going to do it. I'm with the Ravens, too. All right, Pittsburgh Steelers at Atlanta Falcons. What do you think?
I'm going to have to go with the Steelers, unfortunately.
You think?
Yeah.
I could make the argument for that, too, but because you went with them, I'm going to go with the Falcons. I mean, they're at home, and, you know, they're good 1 week, bad 1 week. I'm going to hope this is a good week for the Falcons. All right, Cleveland Browns at Houston Texans.
I'm going Cleveland.
Cleveland? I can see why. Yeah, that's a good bet.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Cleveland, too. They've been doing amazing. So, and it's going to be interesting because Deshaun Watson is coming back for the first time. So we'll see how all that plays out. All right, what's our next game? Kansas City Chiefs at Cincinnati Bengals. This is probably the game of the week.
Yeah, and you know, I got love for Cincinnati. I used to be there. I'm going with the Bengals.
You're going with the Bengals? Huh.
Yeah.
Man, I'm not. I'm going with Kansas City. I think just at this point, Patrick Mahomes is just, he's in his zone. So I'm going with them. All right. Then our last game, Tennessee Titans at Philadelphia Eagles.
Tough one, but I'm going with the Eagles.
Well, it's easy to say why. They've been amazing. Although Tennessee they could pull it off, maybe.
Yeah.
But you're going with the Eagles. I'm going with the Eagles, too.
Good choice.
So we'll see. All right, so we differed on 2. That means there's a potential that we could tie this week. So,
we'll see.
We'll see. Or I could just come out on top. You know. All right, Kelson, thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
Well, make sure you share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
All right, well, as they just said, the Ravens taking on the Broncos this Sunday, and we want to see what the weather's going to look like that day. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast. Justin, is it going to be nice?
You got your Purple Friday on, Shannon?
Yes.
We got our purple right here. Ravens tie representing. Yeah, I think that, I mean, you can never tell because any given Sunday in the NFL really – records don't matter. So the Broncos are not doing good this year. The Russell Wilson trade is not panning out as they thought, but you never know what can happen. I mean, the Jaguars, we thought that was a W for sure. This is the leaf blowing shot in Towson. Guy right there doing some leaf blowing. Yeah. All right, getting that stuff all cleaned up. We had the wind yesterday. The good news is today we don't have as much wind. It's currently 27 degrees, the Towson Christmas tree right there. And temperatures will be a little bit warmer as we head toward the afternoon. Probably still some frost delays. Golfers who'd like to get out today. Next hour, we're right above freezing, but into the upper 40s through noon. And really not an issue with wind today with numbers that'll be in the upper 40s and a few lower 50s as well. Mid to upper 40s and lower 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. These are going to be your high temps today. They average this time of year in the lower 50s, so a lot closer to that number today than what we saw yesterday. 50 in D.C. with 54 down the ocean. Upper 40s for Philly and New York, just a little farther to the north. Outdoors cast today, yeah, you're fine. No issues if you want to get out and enjoy some ice skating downtown or maybe getting some decorating done. Tomorrow, an inside day because we're talking about a red light there only because that rain is rolling in. And then on Sunday, Shannon was talking about it, but yeah, that Ravens game looking good. It's going to be cold, and we're not talking about as much wind with mid-40s at kickoff at 1 p.m., upper 40s through halftime, and then back to the mid-40s into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour. You know that sun goes down on some of the upper levels of the stadium, and it gets really cold in the shade, so make sure to bundle up. Overall, our future scan is dry today. Watch the rain. It rolls in overnight, so tomorrow morning we're waking up with those rain showers. The wind is going to pick up. We'll see kind of mild temperatures tomorrow through the middle of the day ahead of this cold front, and then that front passes through into the later part of the afternoon. afternoon. On the backside of that, a few leftover showers later in the day. And then we got the drier conditions. Sunday, again, looking good for the mayor's Christmas parade in Hamden, as well as that Ravens game. Even Monday, also not looking bad with temperatures a little bit warmer. Shout out to Sandy, who sent me this picture of Trey. And if you look at the sideways glance at that doggy right there, excited for Santa. So thank you very much for the holiday pet pics. Keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. 7-day forecast looks like this. 51 today, lower 60s, rainy and windy tomorrow. We're back to the upper 40s on Sunday for the Ravens game. And then 51 Monday. We'll get those 50s back into Tuesday and Wednesday next week, but we do bring more rain back into the forecast. Shannon?
All right. Thanks, Justin. Now we want to get to the Lens Stoller Traffic Network with a look at your drive times. Everyone is in the yellow this morning. That means there's a bit of slowdowns. The biggest one on 695, I-795 to I-95. You're looking at a 43-minute commute. Be sure you give yourself some extra time heading out the door this morning.
All right. I'm excited that I get to do this with you, Shannon, because we've never been able to open gifts together.
The first time.
Notice that the first gift you got was this gigantic thing.
The hardest thing to open.
You had to tear through it, and then they're like, here, Justin, here's a bag. But all the gifts are great. This is our Countdown to Christmas giveaway.
True. Yes.
All right.
So here we go. You're gonna let me open it?
No, I'll open this one.
I mean, this one, it's just pulling out the wrapping paper.
All right,
it's not a big, big feat, but.
Let's see what we got here.
All right, wait for it.
Oh, 1, 2, 3.
Look at that. Noisemakers.
They're spokesters. Yeah, they are noisemakers for your bike. And there's 3 of them. Each one costs $9.99, and you've got 3 of them right here. You can buy these at spokester.com.
Or you can just win them, get these for free, and now is your time to call in. The number is right here on your screen, 410-481-4545. Caller number 10 right now gets to take this gift home.
Now look, this kid looks like he's having a good time. She doesn't look like she's having very much fun, unfortunately. But I'm sure a lot of people will have fun with Spokester. Your chance to call in and win. Good luck.
Good luck. Well, no flower says Christmas quite like poinsettias. Just ahead, simple ways to keep your festive poinsettia thriving during the holidays.
I have to get Debbie to send out a form.
Yeah.
I like the music for the FIFA thing, but I like the So Baltimore music too.
It's too good.
It's a good jam.
Too good.
It's a good jam.
And this morning we are in Aberdeen ahead of their 45th annual Christmas Street celebration.
Yeah, this year's theme is Christmas in Candy Lane. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live with what we can expect. What you got going on there, sir? Good morning.
Man, we have a party going on. This is just a sample of what's going on. The mayor's here. McGrady is here. Mayor, tell us about what's going on Saturday.
Good morning, Mark. Thanks so much for being here. So we're very excited about the 45th annual Christmas Street festivities here in the city of Aberdeen. We've got the Aberdeen High School Band here with us on Saturday. This is just a taste of all the exciting stuff we're going to have. Let's go, AHS Band!
Yeah.
The 45th annual Christmas Street festivities here in Aberdeen. Our whole community gets involved. We've got stuff going on from morning till night. Breakfast with Santa at Grace Methodist Church, the Aberdeen Fire Department craft fair right at the Aberdeen Fire Department downtown, and then the best part, of course, is the Rain or Shine Christmas parade that's happening right at 3 p.m.
Man, you guys look, you even have the upside down clown. The upside down clown is here already this morning. Now, Liz, you were telling us we have a special grand marshal.
We do. Miss Barbara Baker is a long-standing resident of Aberdeen. She is 101.
What?
She will be riding in this beautiful car. This, I believe it's called a Dodge Charger Hellcat.
Come on now, it's a Hellcat. Come on, Liz.
I don't know cars, but yes, she is a privileged character, and we are so pleased that she's going to be our grand marshal.
Well, this is amazing, guys, and the band is here. Can we play? Can the band play out for us? The Aberdeen Marching Band is here to play it all. It's going down Saturday. Look, it's going to be an amazing time, guys. Hit it, band.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks so much for being here on this second day of December, if you can believe it. I'm Shannon Lilly.
I'm Taylor Stewart. And let's go on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, because I think the sun's come up. It's not quite as freezing as it was, or below freezing as it was earlier.
Temperatures slowly rising, ladies.
Okay.
And as we head toward the afternoon, we've got good news. Less wind today and temperatures that'll be warmer than where we were yesterday. So you can see a few of those clouds kind of hanging around right now. But overall, lots of sunshine over downtown Baltimore. We're still hanging out widespread 20s from Elk Ridge over to Woodlawn to Baltimore City, 21 Rosedale, 27 in Bel Air, Cockeysville and Hunt Valley in the mid-20s right now. So as you get out the door, jacket, hat, gloves, sunglasses for sure. No umbrella today. We will need the umbrella tomorrow, especially if you're going to be up early in the morning on Saturday. 51 for our high. We actually will get to the lower 60s tomorrow, even with the rain, and then we're colder and drier on Sunday. We'll do your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Justin, thanks. Now I want to head over to the Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we have a warning for you. There's some debris being reported in the roadway in Joppa, I-95 southbound after Maryland 152 on Mountain Road. So just be careful and be aware of that. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, yet another gun found at a Baltimore City public school.
We're now outpacing the number of guns in schools found last year.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from the high school with a closer look at this disturbing trend. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Shannon, that gun was found yesterday right here on the grounds at Carver High. But the crisis was averted after students say the gun never actually made it inside of the school because of a metal detector. But guns in or around Baltimore City schools is an ongoing problem, with 7 others found this year alone. You may remember back in September, a 10th grader was shot and killed outside of Mervo High School. And Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute says more needs to be done than just relying on metal detectors.
At the end of the day, no metal detector is going to stop everybody trying to get in there with a gun. If you have the will, you will find the way. Oftentimes, if you're an athlete, you can get access to the locker rooms through a different side of campus where you're not actually on the main campus, but you can also get from main campus to the locker rooms.
Kennedy pointing out gaps in security could bring guns from the street into the classroom. Beyond that, he says the bigger issue is that the unarmed Baltimore City school resource officers are literally outgunned.
The students have taken note of that. They know that the security guards, aka school resource officers, aren't real police, and they treat them as such.
And after yesterday's incident, police tell us that 2 students were taken into custody. Taylor, back to you.
I mean, Olivia, you have to think that having guns in classrooms is impacting students' learning. Is there anything that Sean Kennedy said about that?
Yeah, Taylor, great point. And we did ask Sean Kennedy about that. Take a listen to what he had to say.
How many kids aren't going to show up to school for the next 2 weeks until Christmas because they're like, I don't want to get shot?
And he says incidents like the one yesterday and the 7 others this year could have a lasting impact on students. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thanks. Well, this is just the latest example of a gun found near Carver.
Back in September, a bullet grazed a 15-year-old student in the head near campus. Now, days before that, 17-year-old Jeremiah Brogin was shot and killed at Mervo High School during dismissal.
Gun violence isn't the only concern at city schools. Fights are too. In fact, Fox 45 News heard from a Northeast Baltimore student who says he was beaten at Reginald F. Lewis High School back in September. Now, the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is expanding its violent intervention efforts into 3 schools, including Carver and Mervo. Now, that program is set to start next year, despite questions surrounding whether Monzi's violence intervention programs like Safe Streets actually even work.
Now, Fox 45 News has this interactive map of where all 8 guns have been found in Baltimore City public schools. You can find this on our web story on our website, foxbaltimore.com. You can also find all of our past reporting on the violence within the city school system and the Monzi Violence Intervention Program.
The Anne Arundel County Public School System says nearly 1,600 students who have yet to get regular bus access will have service starting Monday. The school superintendent made that announcement yesterday. It's going to fill in the gaps that a bus driver shortage left open. Now, just Wednesday, Project Baltimore told you about one private transportation company stepping up to make sure one group of Anne Arundel County students have a ride to school. Tanya Briggs, who owns the company, says she saw our story about the students being forced to walk miles to school, and she just had to do something.
For these baby safeties, it has no cost. If I can do this every single day to assure their safety, I'm okay with it. And to make sure that these babies get to school.
Well, you can find more on that story on our website, foxbaltimore.com/Project Baltimore. And for a list of routes the new van program will operate on Monday, head to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
The Anne Arundel County Public School System is giving its teachers a reward, $1,000 for teacher appreciation bonuses this month. That system says the bonuses will not require any new spending. The funds are actually available from savings and accrued through a vacant positions system-wide. Some say bonuses like this could help fill those open slots.
It's great for all teachers to receive that thank you bonus, and I think it's just a show of the disparity we have between the amount of people who are becoming teachers and the people who are leaving the profession for other opportunities, and that now we really have to be competitive with private markets and other jobs.
Carroll County Public Schools says its employees received a bonus last month and will get another one in April. Baltimore County Schools employees will see a bonus this month as well.
Turning now to a city in crisis. The death count continues to grow. Yesterday saw a pair of deadly shootings, bringing the city's homicide total to 310 just this year. Well, the most recent happening last night around 8 o'clock. This is the crime scene here. Police say a woman was shot along Park Heights Avenue. She was taken to Sinai Hospital, where she later died.
And yesterday, a 36-year-old man was shot and killed in East Baltimore. Police say he was shot on Monument Street near Pulaski Highway. Anyone with information on either shooting is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers.
The owner of a Fells Point pizza shop is now pressing city leaders after he was denied a permit to sell food after midnight. Zion Graviel says his days owning brick oven pizza are limited after the city sent him a letter to stop selling his pizza after midnight. Well, the city says neighbors complained about trash and crime, but the owner says that's news to him.
I'm as a young guy from Israel, have a dream to open my first restaurant. 70% was the sale was after midnight, and then they took it away.
Well, Fox 45 News questioned the city council on why this business must close down, but neighboring businesses can continue to sell alcohol after midnight. Councilman Zeke Cohen responded in part, saying the council is following the lead of partners in law enforcement. The mayor's office has not responded to our request for comment.
You can find a Poinsettia Scarlet everywhere you turn during the holidays. Just ahead, 3 simple steps to keep your poinsettias looking their best.
Cold start, but believe it or not, today is going to be on the warmer side. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down the weekend forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:40 is your time right now, 20 in front of 9 o'clock on your Friday morning. Happy Purple Friday, everybody. Hopefully the Ravens get the win on Sunday afternoon. Looking out over our Towson camera, lots of sunshine that's out there, not as much wind. Our numbers steadily climbing. By the time we get to noontime, we'll be in the upper 40s, which is warmer than we were any time yesterday, and even some lower 50s on the way for us later this afternoon. 51, close to our average for this time of year with less wind. However, we are tracking rain for tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
All right, it's time to meet our pet of the week. Her name right here, it's Boo. She's 3 years old. She's a bit shy, but she loves getting some scratches, and Boo is pretty polite with other dogs. She's available for adoption on Friday at 1 o'clock at 3000 Falls Road. All right, now it's time for us to get to today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Hey everyone, I've got a fantastic solution to an issue I know you can all relate to. I have a hands-free way to use your phone for whatever you want to do. We all know the sound of your phone crashing to the floor in the middle of a call, trying to prop it up on books and get that perfect shot, or you lean it against a glass to see the screen while you're cooking or working out or whatever. It's annoying because it never really works that great. Here's your solution. This is called Tentacle, and it's a super functional little gadget that I've been using a lot lately. It's a mount that can hang, wrap, stand, suction, rotate, and bend basically anywhere. And it can hold up to 42 pounds. I've used it in the car. You can put it on the bathroom mirror, hanging it off of a railing. It works. It's really flexible. I've also used it for shooting videos, and you can control it with this little Bluetooth remote, which is always handy. So Tentacle blew up on Shark Tank and hit record sales numbers, and it's easy to see why. People with hearing disabilities are even using it to keep their phone hands-free while they're signing. Now, there's universal threading that lets you mount speakers, lights, or microphones all on this tiny little base. Right now, we're offering an exclusive 33% off. You guys take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
Alrighty, 'tis the season to be merry and jolly and make your home feel more like Christmas, of course, with some decorative holiday plans. District Manager of Bell Nursery, Miss Carol Jacobs, is joining us this morning, and she's got, I mean, look at this setup, quite a setup this morning for these poinsettias.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, we are all set in all your local Home Depots for everybody's holiday needs. As you can see, we have a tremendous variety of poinsettias and an array of colors and sizes for you guys to choose from and to take home and decorate with.
And so I was just asking you, what if you want like a centerpiece, or maybe you want something that's more on the floor? Show us some of the options that we can work with to add some flair for our holidays.
Well, one thing that I did, and I do this every year at home, is I put just 2 little 6.5-inch poinsettias in a decorative container that I have. I use this as a centerpiece because it's low. But what we have this year, you can see these. This is a centerpiece.
Oh, that's pretty.
It's got the white and the red. They either come in white pots or red pots. It's nice and low, so if you're going to have people over for dinner, you can put that in the center of your table, and it won't. You can like talk to each other.
So when folks are out looking for a poinsettia, they want to find one that's good for them.
Yep.
What should they be looking for? Is there anything particular that they need to keep their eye on?
Absolutely. First of all, you want one that's nice and full.
Okay.
You want to find the color that suits your decor at home or your preference. Like,
and speaking of color, I mean, look at this color over here, this orange one.
That's something we are trialing this year. It's called Orange Glow. I think it's fun and it pops. It looks good with the white or with the cream. But you want to look, you have to remember this part of the poinsettia, these are the leaves. They're called brocks. This is what the color is. The little thing in the center, those are the flowers. So they're insignificant. When you buy them, you don't want those to be
these are
bloom.
the flowers.
Those are the flowers, and these. So this is what has all the color.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's awesome. That's really cool.
So you want these to be tight, and you want your poinsettia to be full and upright.
And then after the holidays are over, I mean, what can we still use them? Can we plant them outside? I mean,
well, you don't want to plant them outside.
No?
They are native to Mexico, so they really like it
inside.
Warm. They want to be inside. They don't like cold drafts. They don't like. You don't want to put it next to a heater.
Okay.
Okay. And you want to make sure you water it. And when you get it home, you take off this plastic. You put some holes in the bottom so it can drain.
Okay.
So you don't want to have, what they say, they don't like to have wet feet. Just like we really don't want to have wet feet. So you just want to keep them evenly moist. Put your fingers in it when it's time to water. Give it a little drink. And they will last through
How much should you be watering when you get your poinsettia?
You want them evenly moist. The smaller ones are going to need a little less than the large ones. And then we have these really cute little gift items.
That is adorable.
So this has a little wick, so you just put water in the bowl. And this is a great gift item.
All right. So great gift options here for the holidays. Where can they find them? If someone's looking at one of these and say, oh my gosh, I gotta get my hands on this, like I'm saying, where are they going?
We grow exclusively for Home Depot.
Okay.
So you can find them at your local Home Depot. And hopefully we have everything you need.
All right. Local company helping out here. And you guys can add some holiday flair to your homes and, I guess, your trees, your centerpieces, your everything.
We've got everything. We've got decorated trees for you that you can keep outside, but these have to be inside.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast. It's pretty behind you, but it's just, I mean, it's just gorgeous over here.
I mean, Bell Nursery always brings it, and I can't even see you two basically over there.
We're just blending in, right? We're just somewhere amongst the poinsettias.
That's a tight shot because there's even more poinsettias that are on that kitchen set. So very cool. Thank you for coming in and showing us that. Yeah, it's this time of the year where she was just talking about don't have that stuff outside because it is cold. Our numbers are definitely cold this morning. We are below freezing, so that's what we're looking at right now. But the good news is warmer weather on the way today. Not a bunch warmer, but warmer than yesterday. 27 is your temp right now at BWI. No wind to speak of, really about 3 to 5 miles an hour. That's really about it. If you're hanging out there at Cross Street Market the next couple of hours doing some holiday shopping, right about 40 degrees, we're going to see those numbers climb into the lower 50s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. And if you're hanging out for some Friday night happy hour action, we're looking at 47. Grab a jacket as you head out tonight and enjoy a night on the town holiday style. Here we go. We're talking about 40s, a lot of 40s here, mid to upper 40s for parts of, Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air, 49 in Chestertown, 50 in Stevensville, 49 in Annapolis, and lower 50s in Baltimore City for today. Great evening by the fire pit to get those s'mores going with you and the kids and the family and friends. Temperatures will be in the 40s and will continue to drop. Obviously, the sun goes down before 5 p.m. and then those temperatures really start to drop off. You have to usually wait a little while to get the car washed, especially on one of those automated car washes, as they don't open up when the temps are this cold. But today is the day if you do want to clean the car up. I do have that red light for tomorrow because there is rain on the way. Good news is for Sunday's Ravens game, we are not tracking rain. We're checking temperatures that are cold, but not as much wind. So mid to upper 40s. If you're out there tailgating on Sunday morning into the afternoon, we are going to see those 40s. Hang on, just make sure to dress appropriately. All right, here's that future scan. Staying dry today. We'll get a little increase in cloud cover, especially later tonight and tomorrow. The wind is going to pick up tomorrow from the south, so we'll wake up with some rain showers, off and on showers through midday as you're watching the World Cup right here on Fox 45 with Team USA. And then we're seeing those showers here about 2, 3 o'clock, still kind of hanging on the back side of that front before all of that pushes off toward the east, and then that drier and colder air settles in for Sunday. 17 days until Hanukkah. We're officially 19 days from the winter solstice, just 23 days from Christmas, and now officially 30 days until 2023. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. 50s today, lower 60s tomorrow, back to the upper 40s on Ravens game day Sunday and the Mayor's Christmas parade in Hamden. Again, weather cold but dry. We're a little bit warmer by next week. Shout out to Dwayne, who sent us this picture of the sunset. I love those clouds right there, looking really cool, Dwayne. So we appreciate you posting that picture. This is a view through his window, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or scan the QR code right there on your screen.
All right, now for a check of the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Your drive time's moving a little slow today. We've had a few hiccups on the road. We've shown you through our cameras. We'll double check on those, but keep some patience packed with you as you head out for your commute today. Catch all of the World Cup action right here on Fox 45 tonight, starting with South Korea taking on Portugal. Coverage begins at 9 a.m. Kickoff is at 10. Portugal currently leading through groups with 6 points. Then coverage of Cameroon against Brazil. That starts at 1 o'clock. Kickoff is at 2 p.m. Brazil is currently leading Groups G with 6 points. And then that big matchup just 1 day away. Team USA taking on the Netherlands tomorrow in the FIFA World Cup, round 16. We've got coverage here on Fox 45 starting at 9 a.m. and kickoff, it's at 10. We got all your action here. We're getting into the holiday season, and so is Guy Ferrari. He's putting a sweet holiday twist on his famous trash can nachos. The holiday trash can nachos are available for order on goldbelly.com for $89.95. It includes cannoli chips, mini pretzels, brownie pieces, as well as the classic silver that's filled with ingredients. Ferrari debuted this original trash can nacho at the South Beach Food and Wine Festival almost a decade ago. Can mayo be used in eggnogs? Well, Hellman seems to think so. The mayonnaise company partnered with mixologist Cody Goldstein to create the frozen mayo nog, along with the Snickerdoodle mayo cookie. The cocktail and dessert is inspired by the traditional milk and cookies holiday tradition, and you can find the recipe, if you'd like it, for Hellman's eggnog on the mixologist Instagram page, Muddling Memories. Getting into the holiday spirit this morning for sure, and the Maryland Department of Transportation, they are too. They're ramping up their toy drive. You're going to see more of these guys out there as officers collect new toys next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at key points across Maryland. It's the 33rd straight year the MTDA is organizing an event. They've collected over 160,000 toys through the event's history. For specific drop-off locations, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Mount Vernon, a lot brighter this morning. The annual monument lighting took place last night, and the Christmas tradition has been taking place for decades here. Last night featured caroling, food, fireworks. Organizers say it marks the official start to the holiday season. Rain is in your forecast, and meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know what we can expect in his full 10-day forecast. And now, before we head to the break, it's time for a coffee break. All righty, a live look now of M&T Bank Stadium where the Ravens will be taking on the Denver Broncos. Kickoff starts at 1 o'clock on Sunday. And we want to see your purple pride, so make sure you guys send those pictures to us through our Chime In feature at foxbaltimore.com.
/chime in.
Yeah. How could we forget?
You got to go
How could they miss the Chime In?
/chime in.
How could they?
Now, look, Ravens game is going to be good weather-wise on Sunday. We're not talking about any rain or snow or really the wind, but it's cold. So 51 today. We're going to actually be nicer today. Lower 60s tomorrow. It'll be rainy and windy. And then we'll see the upper 40s here on Sunday. That's when we're going to see those temperatures drop. So it will be cold for the Ravens game. Next week, notice those numbers go back into the 50s for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We do bring rain back into the forecast on Tuesday and Wednesday. And you can see the long-range outlook. It gets colder by next weekend. Some of the models, I know I shocked a few people earlier, but
didn't like it.
Look.
Didn't like it.
Some of the models want to point to kind of a white Friday next Friday in terms of snow.
Okay, well, let's ignore those models because it's too early for me. It's too early.
It's December.
It
This
is
what happens,
December.
Taylor.
It
This
is
is what we have to roll with.
You're right.
Are you excited for USA, Netherlands?
Oh, are you kidding
World
me?
Cup?
We're in this. We're in this to win
Round
this.
of 16, baby, right here on Fox 45.
Watch it right here, guys.
Look at all these plants. Have a great day.
Happy holidays.
Kind of hide. You can hide. Look, come on.
Back away.